You'd be able to afford to lift the burden on those who are smaller business people. But cost is obviously part of it, and taxation and business rates. Obviously, very concerned about what the government's planning in terms of the review. Want to make sure that it's fair and it doesn't hit those people who, frankly, have got relatively small profit margins, if any at all. But it is all about burdens. And it doesn't all come back to Europe. But I think the great irony of people saying, "Oh, Europe's the cause of red tape." It's nothing compared to 27 bits of red tape that you have to replace all that as we go forward. I mean, so we're about to see the birth of a new legion of sources of red tape. I'm afraid, and so our job, I think, in these next few months is to point that out, and those may be part of the argument that allows us to turn the thing around. But to my mind, we need to understand what it is that makes entrepreneurs tick, and lots of people don't realise that or don't think that. And it's about being your own boss. It's about having that freedom. It's about creating opportunities for others. It's about having your own dream and making it all happen. You know, wonderful, wonderful things that we should be seeking to make a good example of. And the problem is that we make life so very, very hard for people, particularly people who are not, racing up to become mega corporations. Yeah.
I've known Bath for 35 years, and I now own a business near Bath Abbey and the Roman Baths.
Great.
And we are a shop and tea room, and it's very sad to say that our city is dying. There are nearly 100 clothes shops on our high street. Our city has been taken over by Southgate, by chains, by... if you walk, as I do every day, from my flat north of the city to my shop in the centre of the city, you'll come across so many homeless people sleeping in doorways, dog poo, seagull shit, rubbish bins ripped by seagulls, rubbish everywhere. I mean, our city is really in a sad, sad state. And I just wonder what the Lib Dems can offer small business owners like me, who have invested an awful lot of capital in our business, in terms of what is your plan for saving the high streets? Is there anything... we feel small, we feel crushed. We all get together in the city to discuss the issues, that they just seem unsolvable. It's beyond just throwing cash at it, isn't it? Okay.
So, I mean, I will answer that, but what do other people take the same view of how things are in Bath at the moment? And it's about, so it's empty shops, and it's about the streetscape.
I think we're all still very proud of the city.
Yeah,
it's an amazing place,
yes.
But there are problems.
Yeah, I mean, my
question of if it's going on here, what must it be like
elsewhere?
When you go to other places that aren't blessed with all the things that Bath have, visitors,
that's right.
the two universities,
and
then you look at those high streets, and it's accelerated even.
There is quite a strong business improvement district organisation here, which is trying to resolve or at least work with the city centre traders to deal with some of those issues.
And what kind of things does the bid concentrate on? Have they got a particular agenda? Sorry.
Well, they work on. I work for Bath Festivals, which is an arts festival in Bath, and they are supporting the arts festival very, very much in terms of trying to have streetscape dressing, that sort of thing, to bring more people into the town, both visitors and locals. They are also, I know, trying very hard to deal with the pavements and the dogs and the seagulls and those sorts of problems, and trying to help with empty shop premises, where they help to enable people like us to take over a shop and put up dressing in the windows, so that it looks at least there's something going on with some activity in the shop.
And your assessment that, if it's like this here, what's it like elsewhere? So I think there's obviously there is a transformation in the high street happening because of the way people shop these days. But that means there needs to be a transformation in the way that government and public bodies treat, for example, taxation, business rates, because the real terms value of so many of those premises is different to maybe 20 years ago because of the lack of, or the drop in footfall because of how people now shop. I think there is a broader issue about the state of the economy and the investment that is perhaps not coming into the country because of uncertainty. I, again, don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think the absence from Britain from the single market in a couple of years' time just makes us a place where we're less likely to be invested in, which is why carrying on fighting is so important. If you see your country heading down a dark and bleak direction, don't shrug and say that's inevitable. Roll your sleeves up and fight to get out of it. What happens in Bath and what happens in my community up in the Lakes and elsewhere in the country will depend fundamentally upon the leadership shown for this country. And if we end up in a place where we are outside the world's biggest market, then it is going to be a really, really tough place. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't a massive responsibility on local politicians and councils, for example, to make a difference. There's lots of things you can do, bearing in mind that transformation of the high street from the world where nobody shopped on the internet to the point where lots of people do shop on the internet, and has a huge impact on what kind of premises will fly and what won't on a high street. Understanding the value of having, for example, residential accommodation interknitted in the centre of towns now, which makes them safer, happier, more vibrant places, makes use of space while still maintaining commercial ventures in the heart of that town, and in this case city centre. So I don't want to say all the responsibility is down to the government for leading the country down a bleak economic path, which I think they are doing, but it does have a huge bearing on this. But you guys and the local council and the local MP have a huge role in making sure that we reimagine what Bath can be. And fight for example, a local taxation system and on businesses that reflects the world as it is, not the world as it was 30 years ago. Yeah, Chris.
If entrepreneurialism is the engine of growth for the country, then I would suggest that it's the young people who be the oil that keep that engine going. And through the young people, education is absolutely critical. And as I'm sure you've probably heard from our principal, the FE sector more than ever is feeling the brunt of some pretty harsh cuts that this government and previous governments have brought upon it. We're obviously having a business breakfast here and talking about businesses and their futures. In order to fuel that, you need some highly educated workforce. With these cuts coming in, how on earth are we going to provide those workers that are going to fuel the economy in the future?
Well, I think that the two areas in education that I am most worried about at the moment, in terms of money and opportunities, resources just generally, and them being treated as a priority, are pre-16 education, school education, and further education. I think that the reduction in funding for those two parts of our education sector are enormous. You've probably seen some of the figures that have been put out by the National Association of Head Teachers, not known for incendiary and ill-considered outbursts. They thought very carefully. They used National Audit Office figures before they came out with what they suggested. And they've broken down by district the impact of these savings that are being put upon schools. So it's £3 billion over the next 3 years being taken out of schools. And a place like Bath will be set to lose something in the region of 150 teachers over the next 3 years. And I think lots of stats. I mean, during the general election, just awash with stats. And I know politicians are very keen on them. I think the one that maybe made it more real to me was the story, which has been backed up by evidence just last week, which said that 2 out of every 3 schools in the country were planning to lay off at least 1 teacher before the new school year. So basically in the next 8 weeks. And that's all because of resource, and it's all because of savings being made. And that's a choice, isn't it? It's about deciding that our schools aren't that important. And the consequences are huge. That's bigger class sizes. That means, when we say we might lose 150 teachers in a place like Bath, okay, the schools could do it differently. They could get rid of 220 teaching assistants instead, maybe. What will that mean in terms of being able to help those young people who are either ahead of the rest or behind the rest, or those with additional needs in a class? And the need to have a teaching assistant is very, very clear. And what you want is young people who are taught to learn, not just taught, but taught to learn, and have a desire to expand their experience and to develop new skills as they go through education and through adulthood as well. And if you fail to do that at primary school and at high school, that's a serious, serious problem. Then you get to FE level, and you've got people who potentially could be the new entrepreneurs of the future, people who can set up their own businesses, people who could be developing a skill, and then business acumen as well to make that happen. And if we're not investing in particularly vocational education at FE level and in other locations, that is an enormous cutting off our nose to spite our face. And this is all about, politics is about choices, it's about priorities. And if we don't make education in the broadest sense our utter priority, don't be in any way surprised if in 10, 15 years' time we don't have the entrepreneurs we need to create the jobs, generate the taxes and the wealth to make Britain successful. Yeah.
I run a bookshop.
Great.
Well, first of all, what Silvana said about the high street here, it is true, but it is full of, I feel, a counter-movement towards independent businesses. There is a lot of love for non-homogeneous businesses. So I guess my question to you, coming from the perspective of a bookshop owner, we put so much effort into that, and our customers are so enfranchised with this idea of reclaiming the high street and trying out independent businesses and not shopping homogeneous. But I am in a business sector which is structurally broken, and we're lucky. Personally, we're lucky because of where we're running the business and things we managed to do with the local people that work with. But I wonder, we have a business that's structurally, a sector that's structurally broken because we have one market player that is colossal and has not been adequately scrutinised for its behaviour in terms of competition, fairness and taxation. But not just that, it has received a lot of government support for building itself up. And I just wonder what your kind of thoughts are on how a Lib Dem government would look at structural imbalances in different business sectors that feed right down from a national level through to what we're all trying to do here.
Yeah, and so the role of Amazon in this is enormous, and maybe if you were that way inclined, you would take advantage of the market as it is, and maybe we can't blame them, but we can blame government for not making a level playing field. I'm somebody who believes that a free market is a good thing, but it's not free if you have a huge player dominating it and frankly abusing its power and the government allowing them and enabling them to do that. So you have to change the taxation system to balance that market and be a referee. I believe in a free game of football, but it's not a free game of football if there's no referee. It soon becomes some kind of Lord of the Flies type experience if you're not careful. And so that's why we would intervene. That's why we make sure we sort of set a level playing field. It's why you change taxation to make sure that Amazon and others aren't able to exploit obvious loopholes, to be able to avoid contributing towards the investment in the staff that we talked about, education and skills. I mean, they make use of the skills of people whose education we've all paid for. The parcels travel along roads we've all paid for, and making that contribution is right, morally right, but it's also about making sure that you maintain that balanced marketplace. Otherwise, where's the next player coming from? I've always thought those people at the top of big corporations have no interest in the free market. The last thing they want is a competitor. The last thing they want is innovation and somebody who's got bright ideas. And so we're determined to make sure we build that proper market and value people like you doing something utterly vital. As a vinyl freak, I utterly identify with your sector.
Sorry, everyone, but with the students await for
Okay.
so thanks everyone so much for coming.
Really great to hear from you. Thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are you coming with us? Yeah, great. Sorry that was short and sweet, but thank you. Take care. Cheers. How are you? Nice to see you. Nice to see you.
really overwhelmed and really like an extra load.
Wow. That's a really complex dashboard. So that's is that sort of bespoke software or?
So industry stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
So what we have here in the college is we have a Levy Creative Plan
Yeah.
with access to all
Yeah.
the different industry standard software. So each map and each of the hives that we've got here are loaded up with
Yeah.
all the necessary packages that students need to work on. And then what we do, we teach them all the fundamentals in the first year, and then we get them up to industry standard in the second year. So when they finish, they can either go on to university, they can go into industry. I mean, the Southwest as well, being a real creative hub, creative industries, it's booming. We're trying to get as many students into that as possible.
Yeah,
I'm
from
seeing
here.
most students go on to the top universities, setting up their own companies, startups, going freelance. And so the stuff that's producing now is amazing.
Yeah. And what's your ambition? What do you want to do?
Well, I don't really want to uni, but I'd like to run my own film company.
Yeah.
To carry on with it.
Which you've kind of started.
Yeah, and like
So it's
just
about
work on
expanding
that,
it.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Great. Nice to talk to you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Cheers.
So these are a couple of our second years. This is
Hi
Amanda
guys.
and Shannon.
Hi Amanda. Hiya. I'm Tim. Shannon. Nice to see you.
Second year publishing students.
Okay.
Why don't you show Tim and
Tell us what you're doing. Tell us what you're doing. Tell us what you're doing.
I'm using a graphics tablet to do some
Okay.
digital drawing on Photoshop,
Yeah.
and I was just messing around seeing what would be best working with the colour schemes and character designs. However, with our final major projects, we all did different stuff as we're part of publishing,
Yeah.
and I made a comic.
Oh, great.
And so I incorporated like all different types of aspects of both digital publishing and hand publishing.
Yeah. And so, what's the and what stage of the course are you guys on? Are you on second year?
Second year, yeah.
So, what will you both end up doing afterwards? What's your plan?
I'm planning to hopefully go into the work. However, I might think about going to university later on.
Yeah. So you start and who would you work for? Would you work for yourself? What's the?
I might end up working for myself, but I want to first get some work experience with somebody.
Yeah.
this is the fun what they've been doing. So the
Great.
team of above that work, they've
Yeah.
designed all these because we try and embed as many projects as possible with local companies because they need the skills.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, the students get the experience working.
So the question is, you're saying you're working for somebody else. That there are opportunities in this area, are there?
Yes.
That's really good. That's great. Yeah. Yeah, great. I'm sorry I've not had longer with you, but thank you very much. It's massively impressive. Thanks for your time. Good stuff. God bless. Take care. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Nice to see you all. Sorry I'm in and out. Take care. Thanks. Nice to see you. Cheers. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Great.
Can I introduce you to Daisy?
Daisy. Hello again. I see you. All right. How are you?
She's the head of engineering. So
Great.
please walk this way.
Great. Hi all. How are you?
So I'm Daisy. I look
Hi,
after
Daisy.
the engineering, construction and
Great.
computing
Great.
department, and we're going to take you to the engineering workshop where you'll meet the apprentices. And we have got about 78 apprentices on our...
That's great. And do they all work for sort of different...
They all work for different companies.
Great.
Rotor, Bristol Port,
Great.
Tyco,
Great.
Cross Engineering, Sutton Road, so we've got and that's just 4 of them. But
Yeah.
we've got a number of other smaller
Right.
engineering companies.
Right.
But Rotor is our main one.
Yeah.
And yes, we're getting even bigger when we move to the Summer Valley campus.
Yeah.
And hoping to expand our talent.
Yeah, I think also you're probably very well aware of the levy.
Yes, I am.
Difficulties that have been
Well,
running through on that.
how's that had an impact on you and the people you work with?
Significant.
The people withdrawing or...
Well, companies are still thinking about how to implement the levy, but obviously the funding for our small, medium enterprise and residual apprentices have been dropped by 60-65%.
Wow.
This year,
Oh.
yeah. Because everybody expects us to be on the levy, but companies are thinking about it.
Yeah.
It takes time for this to happen, but
Yeah.
there's been a cliff edge and it's falling off.
And the money's gone from
The
you
money's
and you're
gone
waiting
from
to
them
see
and
whether
we're
it comes back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dreadful.
The Fred
Great.
Bradford is one of
Thank
our
you. Yeah.
lecturers.
Hey, Fred, hiya, Tim.
Welcome to
Thank you for having us. Yeah. So, tell me what you're doing.
Well, talk to the students. Most of them working on their projects, final year projects.
Yeah.
But they work in teams of 2. So we teach them teamwork, project management, design, material selection, manufacturing, and then they have to write a professional standard report and give a presentation to an invited audience. All good, marketable skills in the workplace.
Great.
And try to make it fun.
And the course that they're currently doing, so it's a 2-year course, is it?
Yeah, 2-year course, full time.
Yeah. And what happens beyond? They go into the workplace or apprenticeships? Or...
Some will go to apprenticeships, some will go to university.
Great, fantastic.
Right.
And what's the course called?
It's called the Extended Diploma in Engineering Design.
Fantastic. Shall we have a look what they're doing? So let's have a quick look and see what they're doing.
Sure.
That looks fascinating.
Let's go this way.
Cheers.
Okay, this is Cal.
Morning, guys. Hiya.
Anthony.
Cal, hiya. Tim, how are you? Nice to see you. Tell us what you're doing.
We're making a wind-powered water pump.
Okay.
So part of our end-of-year
Right,
project.
yeah, of course. Sorry. Right.
Part of the end-of-year project, we're making wind-powered water pump. So Fred, our teacher here, told us loads of different sort of ideas what we can make.
Yeah.
And eventually we came up with the idea of making a wind-powered water pump to simulate
third world countries.
Okay.
So putting out water, using the wind.
So that's on the surface, that's below,
That's
and it's
correct.
about bringing water out from the ground.
That's correct. And
Great.
we've basically finished. We can show you in action.
I'd love to see that.
Okay, there's our wind source.
Here we go. Of course.
So you can see here, you've got these balls here, and the idea is the balls pull up the water, and the water go in there, and then in the real world, obviously, you get pipe takes all the way back down again.
Okay. So the water is picked up by these balls, so that they're full, and then they kind of tip into there, and that's the... Right, got it,
That's
okay.
right. So let's start off slowly.
That's good.
So you can see the water going
I can
up.
see it, yeah.
And it going all the way back down again. Occasionally it does get a bit stuck.
It's amazing.
You've got a bit of leakage, but you can't help that too much.
So the different components that put this together, so where they all come from? You had to make a lot of this stuff yourself?
Pretty much everything, except for the rules.
The balls,
brought in. And so, Anthony, you want to explain how you made the sprocket?
We used a divining head, which is this mechanism that helps to drill at angles, so you can actually drill at 60 degrees.
Yeah.
Which is enough for it to allow space between
the balls to get pulled round.
Yeah.
We've also used a lot of the lathe as well to drill a lot of the holes actually for the balls to get pulled round on.
Yeah.
A lot of it's actually mostly been on the bandsaw over there, cutting, especially all the plastic here and all the blades here. That was a big sheet of aluminium. We've cut it all down to make sure it's the right length. As you can see here, you can see where it hasn't quite lined up.
Yeah.
So we can't. Yeah, it just make sure everything's very accurate.
Yeah.
But in general, most of it did line up. But it's
an amazing piece of work, though. It must be pretty satisfying.
It's really satisfying.
Was it just the two of you who did this together?
Yeah.
That's great. Absolutely fantastic.
So it was at the end of the day when it was last week. We test out, is it going to work? And it worked.
And it does work.
Great. It's fantastic. Yeah. So the next thing to do is project report, and we can present.
Great.
It's the best of the class.
And so this is towards the end of the second year for you guys, isn't it? So do you know what happens next for you?
Either uni or apprenticeships.
So you're still not sure yet?
I've got uni offers,
got options,
and I'm hoping to get an apprenticeship really.
Yeah.
Just waiting to hear back from a few apprentices.
Great. And what about you?
I'm looking for an apprenticeship in Jaguar Land Rover, but I'm not really sure.
Great stuff. But you felt that, obviously you're going to say this because you're being overheard, but this has been immensely useful to you in terms of what you do next, career-wise. It's really practical.
Very, because it's basically what you do in real life, especially with projects. You've got a certain deadline, coursework as well. It's real life work is like that. You got
problem solving.
That's right. Yeah.
Great.
And it's help us on the next stage of.
Fantastic. Now. Really good to meet you.
Nice
Good luck. I hope you get what you want. Take care. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Hiya.
Aldous, who's head of apprenticeships here.
Great. Well, good to see you. Thanks very much. So how many apprentices have you got?
Well, we're on about 78. We've had a maximum of about 92. You've got some lads there. They're from Rotalk. They're doing their.
How do? Are you, Tim? Nice to see you. Don't worry. Nice to see you.
We've got some lads from Rotalk. We've got Fran over there from HSH Egerton. We've got a lad over there from Plamco.
Great.
These guys are working on their million assessment pieces. So it's about manufacturing a component in a strategic amount of time to a tight tolerance. Just looking at quality, establishing that. Jordan works for Rotalk. Chances are you've touched the Rotalk product already today. If you've been in a train or you've been in the car, chances are that fluid power has been distributed by Rotalk.
Wow, how about that?
And so that's where we are.
Fantastic.
Jordan is working on an assessment piece.
Wow.
So it's not very pretty at the moment, but it is shiny.
It's very smooth.
Very smooth.
So that's taken out of a much larger lump of
taken out of a billet. So that's what they're doing. They're producing a product to a quality standard that's future-proof for this organisation and also for UK.
Amazing. So Jordan, is it your first or second year with?
It's my first year.
First year, great stuff. And how?
Jordan's studying at HNC along with the practical qualification.
So how much time you spent at college?
Full time.
Full time at college, and then in the first year, and then you move out into the.
We work on the second and third and fourth years in company in the development phase.
Fantastic.
So produce another qualification. Hopefully move on to HND, higher national diploma.
Great, great stuff. Fantastic. I'll give you that back. Really impressive bit of work. Cheers, Jordan. Good luck. Cheers.
Some more people.
Thanks.
We go around here.
Yep. Apprenticeship levy been an issue for you a little bit in terms of?
I think apprenticeship levy is very positive for the employers. I think it's been difficult
for the providers.
For providers, I think it's been really challenging for employers to know what's available. The government's been quite slow on releasing some of the updates, so it's been quite challenging. But it's our job to make sure we've manipulated all our key stakeholders through all the issues and try and come out with a successful aim, really. And that's the best we can do.
And you say you got 70, how many?
About 78.
78, and you could take up to...
We could take up to
many more.
50.
Right, okay. But it's a great number.
It's a great number. I mean, for a relatively small college in relation to some people that are quite close. We've got key stakeholders and we work with the people we want to work with. Because we want to make sure that we've done the right thing for the organisation and develop their learners.
And in terms of where the apprentices come from, which businesses they're attached to, are there some very big employers that take on a good number and some people just take the odd one?
We've got some large stakeholders and we've got some small, but they're all UK PLC because they're in their own right. They're all world class.
That's
and
right.
What we need to do is develop their skills to make sure that we are establishing what they need for the future and making them future proof. And by making them future proof, we make ourselves.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay.
We go on. Going to head off this way, have we? All right, there you go.
Amazing.
Okay.
Thank you so much. We're fascinating.
Yeah, sorry to be short and sweet. Thank you.
So much. That's
Thanks.
brilliant.
Great. Fred, thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks. Off we go.
I think we're on the last leg of it. We're going for a press conference.
Great.
Yeah, so we just need to
Cheers, guys. Sorry I've been out so shortly. Cheers. Thanks.
I appreciate it. Can I just introduce my team?
Hello.
You've met John before.
Hi, John. Hello again. Nice to see you. Right.
There's David.
David. Hiya, Tim. How are you?
I'm Barbara Ford.
Barbara, great to see you.
And you've missed Jane, who is...
Oh, hi, Jane. I did. I'm really sorry. Oh, hi, Jane. I see you. Right. So, great.
Also, this is Karen.
Hi, Karen. How are you? Oh, great to see you. Thank you. Thanks. Hiya.
Okay, so hopefully you've enjoyed it.
Lovely. I mean, the only thing about these things is you don't spend enough time. It's genuinely fascinating. So I did my A-levels at a big tertiary college up in Leyland in Lancashire, and we have a sixth form college, which is an FE in my patch now, and it's the putting together of everything, the kind of the A-levels, but the vocational stuff. Yeah. It's a great melting pot. I have to say, for me personally, so I went to college with my 4 mates, and 2 of us did A-levels, the other 3 did various things. One was a tyre fitter, and it just
While we're waiting, just to ensure that you can all hear, these headsets have got 2 dials on them. You only need to touch the blue dial. If you touch the other one, it will spontaneously combust. So, if you do accidentally touch the other dial, make sure it's on channel 1, okay? Channel 1 is the one I'm broadcasting on. And the blue dial is your on-off the volume control. If you're hearing going, that's because you're on the wrong channel. Right? Here we go. Right, I'm sorry. Take this one. Put on now. Yeah, that's okay. This is what these headsets are.
Talking like this is the sort of level I'll be using. Is that loud enough for you? Do you want me to speak a bit louder? Or? Okay, so how about this? Is that a bit better? Brilliant. So this sort of level, okay, fine. So I'll stand way back so nobody can, yeah, okay, brilliant. So I'll just keep this sort of level going. Okay, fine, thanks. It's like a coconut shy, isn't it? Get ready. Popcorn, ices, headsets.
Wel, bore da i chi gyd. Braint o'r mwyaf i fi yw cael eich croesawu chi yma i'r Rhondda ar achlysur lawnsio Manifesto Plaid Cymru ar gyfer yr etholiad annisgwyl hwn.
Unexpected general election.
It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to Pen y Graig and to the home of Valley's kids to launch Plaid Cymru's manifesto for this unexpected but welcome general election. To those of you who haven't had the pleasure of visiting this building previously, Valley's Kids is an inspirational charity that gives a lifeline to individuals and families who are on the edge, struggling to survive. Sadly, there are too many who find themselves in that position these days, not only here in the Rhondda Valley, but across Wales. People who have lost hope. People, many, despite having jobs, who worry on a daily basis about making ends meet. There are care workers on zero-hour contracts, nurses on the minimum wage, forced to rely on food banks to feed themselves and their families. There are young people in our towns, our cities, in our valleys, and in rural areas who feel they have no future, and who are constantly disappointed in the system and let down by those who should be there to lend a hand. Mae hunan barch a hunan werth ymhlith y gwerthoedd pwysicau unrhyw unigolyn. Nod Plaid Cymru yn sgil y manifesto hwn a thrwy ei pholisiau cadarnhaol ac ei angfrydig yw cynnig gobaith a ffordd ymlaen I bobl o bob oed, o bob cefndir ar draws y genedl. Here in the Rhondda, like in many other communities across our nation, there are those who lack self-esteem, self-worth and self-belief. My mission, if the people of the Rhondda put their trust in me on June the 8th, is to be there for those individuals, to use my voice on their behalf, to fight for their rights, to fight for their future, and like those who work and who support Valley's kids, it is my mission to change their lives for good and for the good. It is entirely appropriate, therefore, that we are here today in Leanne Wood's hometown to launch Plaid Cymru's election manifesto. Plaid Cymru's objective during this election and beyond is not only to change lives, but to change the political landscape of Wales, to defend our nation and its people against a ruthless and reckless Conservative government. A government who works for the rich and ignores the poor. A government whose current aim is to isolate us completely from our European neighbours. A government which thrives on division and hatred and greed, and is allowed a free rein to pursue this destructive path by a weak, divided and ineffective opposition. We in the Rhondda have been represented in Westminster by the same political party for 100 years. 100 years of promises. 100 years of failure to deliver. It is time for change, and Plaid Cymru is that change. Unlike the Labour Party, Plaid Cymru has one leader and is today launching one manifesto. Plaid Cymru is a party speaking with one voice for the good of Wales, putting the needs of the country and her people above all else. Plaid Cymru, Tarian Cymru, offers hope to all and is here to defend the nation. Diolch yn fawr. Before we move on, I have one task that I've been asked to do. Maen nhw wedi gofyn I fi I ddiolch I unigolyn lleol sydd yma heddi, Sean Thomas Owen, sydd wedi cyfrannu llinellau o farddoniaeth I dudalennau'r Manifesto. When you read the Manifesto, you will come across lines written by local boy Sean Thomas Owen. He was the presenter of Pobol y Rhondda, a great television series recently broadcast on S4C. He is a singer and he is a poet. Diolch I ti, Sean, am dy gyfraniad i'r achlysur ac am fod yma heddi.
For being here today.
And it is now my pleasure to introduce the next speaker, Daniel Gwydion Williams. Mae Daniel, fel fi, yn un arall o ymgeiswyr y blaid yn yr ymgyrch hon, ac yn sefyll yn etholeg Castell Nedd. Yn athro yn yr adran Saesneg ym Mhrifysgol Cymru Abertawe, mae'n byw yn Alltwen gyda Sioned i'w wraig a'i 2 blentyn. Ond mae ganddo gysylltiadau agos iawn gyda'r Rhondda. Mae ei dad, yr athro Gareth Williams, yn hanesydd cymdeithasol cydnabyddedig, ac wedi ysgrifennu'n helaeth am gorau'r cwm hwn, ac fel mae'n digwydd, yn aelod brwd o gor meibion Penderys. Rwy'ch groeso felly I Daniel Gwydion Williams.
Diolch, Branwen.
Well, thanks, Branwen.
Well, I'm very pleased as the candidate for Neath to be given the chance to speak at our Manifesto launch here in the Rhondda. As we've just heard, my father sings with one of the great Rhondda male choirs, Penderys. It's claimed that choral singing comes naturally to the men of the Rhondda, but it is the women who are making their voices heard even louder these days. This valley has always been the wrist on which Wales takes its pulse. And the local election results show that the pulse is quickening here, as indeed it is in the Neath constituency where I live and have travelled from today. Mae'n addas wrth gwrs ein bod ni'n lansio'r manifesto yma yng Nghapel Soar, gan bod cymaint o'n seicoleg cenedlaethol wedi deillio o'n capeli. Rydyn ni'n clywed ecwr dylanwad hwnnw wrth i'r dorf ganu Bread of Heaven mewn gemau rhyngwladol. Geiriau William Williams Pantacelyn wrth gwrs, oedd ddim yn dallu 300 I eni eleni. Ac alwodd ar yr arglwydd I arwain ei bobl drwy'r anialwch yn fersiwn Cymraeg wreiddiol yr EMI. Ac mae angen arweiniad arno ni heddiw. Wrth I ni wynebu tsunami toriaidd unwaith eto. Ton adweithiol a fydd yn fygythiad i'n pobl, i'n heconomi, ac hyd yn oed i'n cynulliad cenedlaethol. We've been here before, of course. As a stateless people, we've learned, as the great historian Gwynalf Williams, as the great historian and Plaid Cymru member Gwynalf Williams reminded us, we've learned to live between the cogwheels of history. In the heyday of the British Empire, the chapels like this one and the language sustained us. By the 1980s, those shields had eroded, but there was still something left of socialist Wales making its heroic last stand in the miners' strike. What do we have today? What can the Welsh people turn to now as we once again face the threat of British conservatism? The answer is Plaid Cymru. That's the message that I've been taking onto the streets of Neath and its surrounding valleys. Ours is a constituency where Labour's lack of vision and leadership has resulted in the stagnation of our towns and the neglect of our valley communities. From the Neolithic sites of the Swansea Valley to the Roman remains of Banwen and Neath, from the historic sites of industrial innovation to the state of our town centres, we take too little economic advantage of the cultural riches and the natural beauty around us. We must replace neglect with respect. A divided Labour Party is too weak to offer the leadership or to offer the defence that these communities will need in the face of a culturally intolerant and economically destructive form of conservatism. Plaid Cymru is the defence, Plaid Cymru yw tarian ein cenedl. But our arguments should not be merely defensive. Any successful political campaign must have a vision for the future, especially in these trying times. Our response to Brexit, as mapped out in the Manifesto, is the key. And let's be clear, there's nothing soft about Plaid Cymru's response to Brexit. What we're facing is a hard choice between the culturally, economically and environmentally destructive Brexit of the Tories and the economically, culturally and environmentally secure Brexit that Plaid Cymru will fight for in Westminster. Our vision for a secure Brexit for Wales draws on the Plaid Cymru Welsh Government White Paper. That document was an example of the Assembly working at its best. But it is a document that has not only been ignored by the British Tory government, it's also been ignored by the British Labour Party. What is the point of Labour MPs from Wales if they can't get their own party to listen to their own Labour-led Welsh government? The vision within the White Paper needs to be fought for far more vigorously. Plaid Cymru MPs will force the British government to listen to Wales and will defend our communal and national interests. Ac mae yna bwynt ehangach i'w wneud fan hyn, oherwydd mae'n ddyletswydd arno ni I sicrhau nad yw Cynulliad Cymru yn cael ei ddiberfyddu. Wrth I bywyrau gael ei drosglwyddo o Ewrop wedi Brexit, mae perygl mawr y byddant yn cael ei croni yn Llundain. Bydd aelodau seneddol Plaid Cymru yn sicrhau fod y pywyrau sydd yn awr yn Ewrop yn dod nôl i'n senedd ni ac nid I Llundain. The establishment parties view these arguments in defence of Wales as divisive. Divisive. Let's think about that. From 2010, the Tory government, supported by its Lib Dem minions, imposed a programme of cuts and austerity, a programme that punished the poorest in society while allowing the richest to increase their wealth. Was that not divisive? Having intensified social equality, a cabal of incompetent Etonians then called a European referendum with the result that Wales is in danger of losing its largest export market. Is that not divisive? The truth is that the Tories are the party of social division. The Labour Party is too divided and tired to challenge them. Beneath the toxic, truly divisive headlines of the British tabloid press, Plaid Cymru aims to heal the divisions imposed upon us by others. We are a party that aims to build bridges between the communities of Wales, no matter where you're from, how you came here, or even how you voted in the past. Our common Welsh identity, in all its diversity, is a precious resource that we can all turn to in this age of division. Let's build a more prosperous and equitable Wales together. For us, the project of defending Wales begins in our constituencies. Let's take the best of our political values and traditions to Westminster. Today, let Plaid Cymru soar from Zoar. Thank you. Ac yn awr, mae'n bleser gen I gyflwyno'r person am hysbrydolodd I sefyll yn yr etholiad hwn yn y lle cyntaf. It was the American Democrat Mario Cuomo who argued that we should campaign in poetry and govern in prose. I like that quote because it suggests that a professor of English literature might have a future in politics. But it's the determination, passion and commitment of Plaid Cymru's leader that led me to stand in this election. And it gives me great pleasure now to introduce my good friend and inspiration, Leanne Wood.
Well, bore da I chi gyd. Good morning to you all. In just over 3 weeks' time, people the length and breadth of this country will go to the ballot box. From Môn to Monmouthshire, from Blaenau Ffestiniog to Blaenau Gwent. And here in the Rhondda, every person in this country will have a say on the future of Wales and indeed the future of the UK. The valleys, the cities and the countryside will all have a choice. The choice is not between the Conservatives and Labour. The choice is whether we want to put Wales on the political landscape. The choice is whether we keep voting for London-based parties or whether we vote for ourselves, for our own party, for a party which is based in Wales and whose only loyalty is to the people who live here. For a party which already has the hardest working MPs in Westminster. We can make a choice in this UK election to defend Wales, to defend our national interests. We can choose to give Wales a voice by voting for Plaid Cymru, the party of Wales. Friends, we face grave risks ahead of this election. Our economy, our communities, even our very identity as a nation is under threat from a Tory party that can only be described as cruel and reckless. After June the 8th, the Tories will be handed a blank cheque that they will use to rob Wales of millions of pounds. Jobs will be jeopardised. Our tourism and farming industries plunged into uncertainty, and our public services will be targeted. Responsibilities currently under Welsh control will be at risk from a Westminster power grab. Labour is broken, too weak and too divided to stop them. They have abandoned ship and they're now fighting over who gets the life rafts. Labour's Welsh MPs, who are asking for Welsh votes, refuse to even name their own party leader. They've disowned the Labour Manifesto and they're recycling their policies from the last Assembly Manifesto. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Labour is a party that has no hope under these conditions of defending Wales. Who can really be sure whether a vote for Labour in Wales means a vote for the official opposition? Who knows what a vote for Labour means? But friends, one thing is for sure, Wales deserves better. Plaid Cymru will defend Wales. Protecting, preserving and promoting this nation is the reason that we exist as a party. Every Plaid Cymru MP that we send to Westminster will be a tireless champion for their constituents, for their communities and for our nation. Plaid Cymru MPs don't follow the Westminster rules. They don't vote to line their own pockets. They don't vote for endless foreign wars or for the priorities of the Westminster establishment. They vote for Welsh jobs and businesses. They vote to support Welsh farming, Welsh livelihoods. They vote to fund our NHS and our public services. They vote for fairness, for equality and to help those in need. And they speak out against injustice and intolerance and the scapegoating of minorities. That's what we are about in Plaid Cymru, defending everyone. I want to say every person in this country, a Plaid Cymru MP will not let you down. Our record speaks for itself. Plaid Cymru MPs have always held those to account in power. Over the Iraq War, over securing fair pensions for workers, over helping the victims of crime. They've stood up against funding being stripped from Wales, against cuts to public spending, and for proposals which would put more money in our pockets. When the other parties have failed to turn up, Plaid Cymru has been there, always, working for Wales. Last year, Plaid Cymru's MPs made more speeches and asked more questions than any other party representing a Welsh constituency. The facts speak for themselves. We are blessed with a fantastic team of Plaid Cymru MPs, Hywel Williams, Liz Saville-Roberts and Jonathan Edwards. And they are keeping a space on those green benches for new colleagues to join them, to form a Welsh bloc there. They're keeping space for Branwen Kennard.
They're keeping space for Ieuan Wyn-Jones, for Mary Arthur, for Nigel Copner, for Ben Lake. I can't name them all, but they are keeping space for a big block of new Plaid Cymru MPs. We are determined to build a strong team and to build on our record. We've got the record, we've got the team, and with today's manifesto, we've got the vision. Today, we rally behind something which is much bigger than a manifesto. What we have today is an action plan. It shows where we are, what Plaid Cymru will do about whatever problem we face, and where we can be. It's a forward-looking programme which guarantees that Plaid Cymru will defend Wales. It guarantees that Plaid Cymru MPs will oppose any attempt to downgrade the powers of the National Assembly. It secures our nationhood. But it also offers practical steps which will boost the Welsh economy and get our country back on track to be successful, prosperous and fair. As the UK leaves the European Union, it is only Plaid Cymru that will thrust Wales onto the political landscape when it comes to the economy. We will push for targeted tax discounts for new and existing businesses in Wales, where that would generate the most new jobs. We would back the Swansea Tidal Lagoon, bringing in an independently verified living wage. We would change procurement rules to allow more public contracts to be won by Welsh companies. Plaid Cymru would deal once and for all with the creaking infrastructure that has been bestowed upon this country. Our £7.5 billion investment programme on infrastructure would take advantage of these low interest rates to borrow and invest. We will press the UK government to introduce a comprehensive plan for the steel industry, guaranteeing its future outside the European Union. When it comes to health and social care, Plaid Cymru wants guaranteed extra funding for our NHS after we leave the European Union. We've already secured an additional £20 million for mental health services here, but that is only the beginning. Plaid Cymru MPs will resist those plans for UK government departments to centralise jobs away from places like Porth, just down the road. We believe in spreading civil service and government jobs across the country so that many communities can benefit as possible. We will protect pensions, keeping the triple lock and supporting our veterans. And we're pledging action in every other area, a global Wales, so that we can work with other nations and maintain our all-important trade links. Action on climate change and improving the environment, championing rural life. And unsurprisingly, we're pledging to put Wales at the heart of the negotiations to leave the European Union so that the final deal reflects the needs of the Welsh economy. Friends, this action plan contains the priorities of Wales in a UK election. It's not a rehash of the Assembly election, but a programme that can work for Wales in Westminster, a programme which enables us to hold the Tories to account, a programme where we, Plaid Cymru, provide the opposition while Labour fights amongst itself. Take it with you today. Read the pledges. Shout them from the rooftops. As we're seeing here in the Rhondda today, let's remember one of the greatest sons of these valleys and one of the heroes of this political party, John Davies, the historian. He said that tenacity is the hallmark of this ancient nation. Friends, we've defended Wales before, and in this election we must do it all over again. Because John had, and I quote, the faith and confidence that the nation in its fullness has yet to be. Let's take that message from here today, that Plaid Cymru is ready to defend Wales, to defend our nation, to defend our economy, to defend our people and to develop. Because while dark clouds may be gathering on the horizon, there is also a ray of hope. We can be the voice of Wales. We can be that ray of hope. Now is the time to defy the old and out-of-touch parties, to show that we believe in Wales, to defend Wales, to develop Wales, to vote for Wales, to vote for Plaid Cymru. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Okay, diolch yn fawr. Okay, yeah, well done. Thanks, yeah, good. Okay.
Can I have the headset?
Sorry?
Can Cheers. Thanks, mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeremy Corbyn and the Shadow Cabinet.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all so much for that amazing welcome. But I have to say it's something that both Jeremy and the whole team have been getting across the country, and we are so grateful for that. Thank you all very much. Good morning and welcome. I'd love to say to a sunny Yorkshire, but good morning and welcome to Yorkshire and to this fantastic space. My name is Sarah Champion. I'm proud to be a member of Labour's Shadow Cabinet. Thank you. Firstly, I want to thank everyone from Bradford University involved in organising this event, and also thank you to all of you for coming. Today, you will hear in detail about Labour's programme for government, a government for the many, not the few. Shortly, you will be hearing from the leader of the Labour Party and Britain's next Prime Minister. But first, I think it's only right that we hear from two local residents who are going to share with us their personal stories about why they need a Labour government elected on the 8th of June. So firstly, please give a warm welcome to Martin.
My name is Martin Kilgallen. I was born in Bradford Royal Infirmary in 1973. I am the father of 5 children and the managing director of a family business in Batley employing 40 people. My eldest son, Mason, has brittle asthma and has been admitted to hospital 8 times in the last 3 months. In the past, he has suffered from a respiratory arrest. Each time we visit hospital, we are met with mayhem. The A&E departments are understaffed, ambulances are queuing, and doctors don't have time to explain what's going on. 2 of my younger sons, Tolan, who is 6, and Freddie, who is 5, have been diagnosed at the severe end of the autistic spectrum. Both are unable to speak. We knew from an early age that Tolan was different and asked our GP for help. After much toing and froing, we were finally referred to a paediatrician who added Tolan to an autism diagnosis waiting list. At the time, that was 3 years long. We tried again and again to make our case to the local NHS about these waiting times, but we're always met with the same apologies: there's no money for this. In 2011, Freddie was born, and by 2013, he was showing signs of autism. Again, after a battle, we were added to yet another 3-year waiting list. Thanks to the intervention from the late Joe Cox, Freddie received his diagnosis in 2016. During this time in my life, I would work until 7 or 8 at night, and on arriving at home, the first thing I do was open a bottle of red wine. To a lot of people, a bottle of red wine every night isn't a lot, but I knew this wasn't for me, and I sought help from the local doctor. There was no support for this. I wasn't an alcoholic. One Sunday night in 2014, things finally got to me, and I took a walk on the hard shoulder of the M62. I don't know how I managed to get there, but the intended outcome was to end my own life. Fortunately, I didn't. With the help of some private intervention from a gent called Thomas Fitzsimons, I gave up drinking. I spoke at great length with my wife, and we realised we were both suffering from severe depression. We set up a support group for parents of autistic children in October 2014. This has now become a charity called the Whole Autism Family, and only last week received an award from the Duke of York. The charity was set up because we didn't want parents to go through the same issues we had with no support available. We are now in the process of moving Tolan and Freddie back to a special needs school. The local school they attend say they cannot meet their needs. We had a meeting with the special school last week and have been told they can't go there, that school's full. The team in charge of this at the council have informed us that the other special schools are all over numbers. We are currently paying towards one-to-one care to ensure both of our boys are kept safe while at school. Tolan is only able to attend school twice a week and Freddie 4 days. In every meeting with the special needs team, they tell me they don't have the finances to do anything different. On Sundays, both of our boys attend a respite centre. There was recently consultation to close this down in an attempt to save £500,000 a year. This service is safe for now, only because there isn't anything to replace it. I spoke on Sunday to the manager. She is running on a zero budget and being asked to make further savings. We meet with other parents at the sport group. Most have had to give up work due to their child's needs. I regularly see grown men and women cry. Dealing with a disability or special needs is hard enough and doesn't need to be made harder by the reduction of vital services. Something has to change. A Labour government will fully fund the NHS, giving it the money it needs. They will provide emergency funding to address the social care crisis, as well as develop a fully funded social care model over the longer run. It will stop cuts to school budgets and introduce new schools funding formula that is truly fair to develop a world-class education for every child. Labour will develop a better, fairer Britain. This is why I'm voting Labour at this election. I'd like now to welcome Mohammed to the stage. Thank you.
Comrades, sisters, brothers, colleagues, good morning. Peace be with you all. My name is Mohammed Azam and I'm a bus driver. I'm from Oldham and I'm a former Labour Party councillor. I'm also a proud dad, but I'm also a worried dad. Worried about the future. My kids, 3 of whom have graduated from university, 2 who are currently in university, what are they going to come out with after university? There are very few jobs they can go into, but they will have a massive debt on their shoulders. Is that the kind of future I envisage for them? Actually, no. I wanted my kids to do better than me. I, as a bus driver, have no debt. Yet my kids, who are better educated and should have better opportunities, have got massive debts. That's not the kind of future I need for my kids or for anybody else's kids. The Tories have been holding us back and putting a cap on our kids' ambitions. How will they afford homes of their own? How will they manage their debt? How can they live a richer life? That's why I'm proud to be a Labour Party activist, somebody who wants to bring about peace and prosperity, not just for my kids and my neighbourhood, for the whole world. That is why the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn is now proposing a future where there is hope for everybody. No community will be left behind. This is a party that stands for the many and not the few. You will hear more details in a short while, but I can tell you, for me as a worker and my colleagues in the bus industry, the proposals that are already leaked out have been really enthusiastic for us. £10 an hour. How many people is that going to lift out of the poverty? That's going to do a huge amount of favour for the communities that I live in. £10 an hour. Add to that extra 4 days bank holidays. Bank holidays for those people who want time off to spend with their families are needed, and we will be able to enjoy that. There are a whole host of other proposals that I'm sure, I don't want to take the thunder from people who will introduce them to you, but I think housing, work, security at work, dignity and a peaceful world is something that we all aspire to. And that is why I'm out up and down the country trying to help my colleagues from the Labour Party to get elected so we can have on June the 8th a Labour Party government that serves the many and not the few. Colleagues, my message today is quite clear. It's short and sweet. We have very little time. The media is not going to do our job. We need to be on the doorstep. We need to be talking to people, our communities, our colleagues. We need to be telling them how bad the next Tory government will be if they get in. And on the other hand, we have hope with this Labour Party. The colleagues here who will form the next government, I am sure they will be able to deliver not just for our communities, not just for me and my kids, but everybody in this room and everybody in this country. That's the kind of future I'm looking forward to. That's the kind of future I ask everybody to work towards. We have very little time. We need to get out there and do our work. So, colleagues, we know this manifesto is going to deliver for us. Please take the time out there and do whatever you can. We need a government that will be on our side. I need a Labour government that's going to get my kids out of the debt, out of the poverty, out of the situation that I find for them. I worry for their future. And I know many more people up and down the country worry about the future too. Let's end the worrying. Let's start looking forward to a brighter future. Let's look forward to a Labour government on June the 9th. But we have to do work for that. Colleagues, my message is clear. Let us go for peace and prosperity and not what the Tories offer, war on austerity. So let's get out there and do our work. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and listening to me. And now can I invite Christine to say a few words. Christine.
Hello, my name's Christine and I live in Cleckheaton, not far from Bradford. I'm a busy working mum of 2 girls. Like all parents, I work hard to make sure they have everything they need. As a single parent and a carer for my girl's grandma, so sometimes I have additional challenges. Work needs to fit around looking after the girls and their grandma. So I used to work all kinds of shift patterns at a bookies, and now they're a bit older, I've started working nights at a hotel. But even though I work hard, after paying for food, the rent and bills, there is not much left. Sometimes there's not even enough, full stop. I know I'm not the only person who has to deal with these challenges and look after their family, and I don't think I'm the only one who feels like it shouldn't be this hard. The Tories are taking the country backwards, but I want better opportunities for me and my family. I want my girls to have more opportunities and not fewer. I want a party in government that stands up for people. I want a government that works for the many, not the few. This general election is a clear choice between the Labour Party, who will stand up for working people, and the Tory Party, who are failing us. I will be voting Labour on June the 8th for the good of my family, and I hope you will do too. I am delighted to introduce the leader of the Labour Party and our next Prime Minister, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you so much for what you said.
Can I say, first of all, thank you so much to everyone for coming here today. And thank you to Bradford University for giving us this space this morning and had a lovely conversation with Professor Brian Cantor, the Vice-Chancellor of the University. And I think this university is a great place, going great places. Thank you very much for giving us the space this morning. And thank you to everyone in Bradford and indeed all across Yorkshire over the campaigning over the last few days. What a fantastic welcome we've had. What fantastic support we've received. And so many people tell me so much about the hopes they have in our manifesto, in our plans, in all of us. We intend to deliver on those hopes and on these plans. And thank you to Brian, Mohammed and Christine for what you just said and the bravery with which you spoke about your own problems and demons, because I am determined that we will deal with, address and confront the issues of the mental health crisis facing this country so people don't face it and suffer alone. Thank you for what you said this morning. I also want to say a big thank you to all those that contributed to our manifesto, those in our teams in the Labour Party head office, in my team, that put such amazing amounts of work into producing a very good manifesto in a very short space of time. Well done to all of them, and thank you to all the different society groups, civil society organisations, so many others that sent in really good ideas to us which have helped to frame our thinking and frame our ideas, and of course the members and affiliated trade unions of the Labour Party. And I also want to say thank you to the party's national executive for the huge work they put in on this, and a very deep appreciation to all my colleagues who are here today in our shadow cabinet. They've put enormous amount of work into upholding their briefs, into getting a message across, into contributing to our manifesto. And if you look at our shadow cabinet, you see experience, you see diversity, you see age range, you see people whose life experience is rooted in real life experience, who will never forget that when they're holding great offices of state to deliver for the people that put them there. Thank you very much to all of my colleagues in the Shadow Cabinet. And, of course, it's an absolute pleasure to be here in Bradford to launch this manifesto for the many, not the few. Because Bradford University had a chancellor for a long time, and a great chancellor he was. He was Harold Wilson, a former Labour Prime Minister. Who, whilst not born in Bradford, saw the strength and the values of this fantastic city. And Harold, as Prime Minister, did so much to expand university education and make it accessible for all. And his greatest legacy, I believe, is the Open University and the access that gives to everybody to go into higher education if that's what they wish to do at any stage in their lives. And so I think today we're setting out a manifesto to transform the 21st century in the same way that Harold Wilson in the 1960s sought to transform the 20th century. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here today. This manifesto is a draft for a better future for our country. It's a blueprint of what Britain could be and a pledge of the difference a Labour government can and will make. Like thousands of other Labour Party members, I've been making the case to people across the country over the last few weeks. This is a manifesto for all generations. We're providing hope and genuine opportunity for everybody. I say to our children, whatever the postcode you were born in, we will make sure you have the same chance as every other child. And I have to say, as the days turn into weeks, as this campaign's continued, opinion is changing and it's moving towards Labour. And actually, there is no secret as to the reason for that. Because people want a country run for the benefit of the many, not the few. That's because for the last 7 years, our people have lived through the opposite. A Britain for the rich and the elite and the vested interests. They've benefited from tax cuts, bumper salaries, and millions have struggled at the same time. Whatever your age or situation, people are under pressure, struggling to make ends meet. Our manifesto is for you. Parents worrying about the prospects of their children and anxious about the growing needs of their elderly parents. Young people struggling to find a secure job and despairing of ever getting a home of their own. Children growing up in poverty. Students leaving college burdened with debt. Workers who have gone years without a real pay rise and stretching family budgets just to survive. Labour's mission over the next 5 years is to change all of that. Our manifesto sets out how, with a programme that is radical and responsible, a programme that will reverse our national priorities and put the interests of the many first. We will change our country while managing within our means, and will lead us through Brexit while putting the preservation of jobs first. Let me highlight just a few of our key pledges, and believe it or not, you may have read them already, if you're an assiduous reader of newspapers. We're ruling out rises in VAT and national insurance, and on income tax for all but 5% of the highest earners. Labour will boost the wages of 5.7 million people earning less than the living wage to £10 an hour by 2020. Labour will end the cuts in the National Health Service and deliver safe staffing levels and reduce waiting lists. Labour will scrap tuition fees, lifting the debt. And that will lift the debt cloud from hundreds of thousands of young people. Labour will move towards universal childcare, expanding free provision for 2-, 3- and 4-year-olds in the next Parliament. Labour is guaranteeing the triple lock to protect pensioners' incomes. And we will build over 1 million new homes, at least half of them for social rent. Labour makes no apology for offering new protections to people at work, including ending the scandal of 0-hours contracts. And we make no apology for finding the resources to hire 10,000 new police officers and 3,000 new firefighters. And we will do the smaller things that can make a real difference, like ending hospital car parking charges or introducing 4 extra public holidays every year. But we in the Labour Party recognise that dealing with and solving these problems requires a thriving economy, one that gets our economy working again and rises to the challenges of Brexit on jobs and investment. For 7 years, the Conservatives have been holding Britain back. Low investment, low wages, low growth. Labour will move Britain forward with ambitious plans to unlock this country's potential. We will set up a national investment bank and regional development banks to finance growth and good jobs for all parts of the United Kingdom. Through the funding of major capital projects. Labour will also invest in our young people through a national education service focused on childcare, schools and skills, giving them the capacity to make a productive contribution to tomorrow's economy. And Labour will take our railways back into public ownership and put passengers first. We will take back control of our country's water by bringing them into regional public ownership. And we will take a public stake in the energy sector to keep fuel prices down and ensure a balanced and green energy policy for the future. The Tories now want to scare us into accepting more of the same. Only Labour has a plan ambitious enough to unleash this country's potential. And only Labour has the plan to make Brexit work for ordinary people. We are clear there is now a choice. Labour Brexit that puts jobs first, or a Tory Brexit that will be geared towards the interests of the City of London and risk making Britain a low-wage tax haven. As we leave the EU, because that is what the people have voted for, only Labour will negotiate a deal that that preserves jobs, access to the single market, and preserves rights and access, not plunge our country into a race to the bottom. All this is costed, as the documents accompanying our manifesto make very, very clear. Our revenue-raising plans ensure we can embark on this ambitious programme without jeopardising our national finances. We're asking the better off and the big corporations to pay a little bit more, and of course to stop dodging their tax obligations in the first place. And in the longer term, we look to a faster rate of growth, driven by increased private and public investment to keep our accounts in shape. This is a programme of hope. The Tory campaign, by contrast, is built on one word: fear. What would another 5 years of Conservative government mean for Britain? Just look back at the last 7. More children living in poverty. Fewer young people able to buy their first home. More people queuing at food banks. Fewer police on the beat. Fewer firefighters too. More people are in work, but they're not getting the pay or the hours to make ends meet. More young people in debt. Will the Tories change their spots? Don't bank on it. Their record says they won't. The Prime Minister will disagree, of course, so I say to her today, in the most polite and friendly way possible, come out of hiding and let's have a debate. Let's have a polite, respectful debate on television so millions of people can make up their own minds about which party offers better hope for Britain. Let's debate our 2 manifestos. Have the discussion. I'm confident that once the people of this country get the chance to study the issues, look at the promises, they will decide that Britain has indeed been held back by the Conservative government. They have prevailed over the many for far too long. And that they will decide it's now time for Labour. Our country will only work for the many, not the few, if opportunity is in the hands of the many. So our manifesto is a plan for everyone. Have a fair chance to get on in life, because our country will only succeed when everyone succeeds. This message is for everyone in this country, be they young, be they middle-aged, or be they old. We want that inclusive society that cares for all. And as I said at the start of my speech, we are determined that a child's future is not decided by the place of birth, that a child's future is not decided by the underfunding of their primary school. A child's future is not decided by the poverty of their community. A government that invests for all. A government with the vision to ensure that the brilliance and imagination of every child can be fulfilled during their lifetime. Our proposal is a government for the many, not the few. our proposals, are of hope for the many all over this country. And I'm very proud to present our manifesto for the many, not the few. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We now have an opportunity for questions, because Jeremy loves answering questions. I'm going to take them in groups of 3. Bear with me, because there's a lot of people in the room. So I've got the lady in the pink, the gentleman, yes, and then Laura over there. Thank you.
Manifesto is wonderful to hear. I've been waiting for 30 years to hear something like this that I could believe in and fight for. The question, though, is we have a huge issue in our area, which is fracking. We're delighted to see it in the manifesto, and we'd love to hear you say it as well.
Thank you. Gentleman behind you, please. The gentleman with the tie.
Thanks very much. Andy Bell, Channel 5 News. Mr Corbyn, I know you don't want to set a target for immigration. Right, sorry, that's more like it. Andy Bell, Channel 5 News. Jeremy Corbyn, I know you don't want to set a target number for immigration, but can you simply say if you think it would be good for the country if the immigration level was reduced, if immigration came down?
And finally, Laura.
No, please, let's have respect for everyone who wants to ask a question, including members of the media. By the way, I'm a member of the NUJ.
Thank you. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News. Mr Corbyn, to be crystal clear for our viewers, for good or for ill, you think it's time to pay for your ideas, to tax more, to spend more, and to borrow more.
First of all, thank you very much. The manifesto is absolutely clear. We believe that fracking is very damaging to the environment, and therefore Barry Gardiner has made the statements on that, and I'm sure you understand and accept them and the way that Barry has put them. And I thank Barry for the work that he's done on it. He's nodding in agreement, so it must be true. On the issue of immigration, there is immigration from all parts of the world. Those that have migrated to this country have made an immense, enormous and fantastic contribution to our society. Without those that have... Those nurses that came from Jamaica, those doctors that came from India, those specialists that come from Germany, those that work in all aspects of our National Health Service, Education Service, industry, transport and so much else, have helped to give us the living standards that we all have. And I think we should recognise our country owes them a great deal of debt and thanks for what they've done. We've also made it clear that people should not be brought into this country to work in poor conditions, on low wages, deliberately to undercut people that are already here in work on agreed conditions. And that the free movement that currently exists within the European Union. Obviously, at the time we leave the European Union, that free movement doesn't continue. We will negotiate a trade agreement with the European Union that will ensure tariff-free access to the European Union, and future migration will be based on a fair migration policy, a fairness towards our economy and our needs of our people, and an end to the undercutting and exploitation that goes with it. And I believe that a Home Office, led by Diane Abbott, will be fair and decent and reasonable in the way that it runs it. But bear in mind, if there hadn't been people coming here to work in our NHS, all of us would be in far worse health than we are at the present time. Let's remember that. And Laura, thanks very much for your question, and thanks for the way you put it. What we're proposing here is a rebalancing of our economy, a rebalancing so that there is proper levels of investment in infrastructure fairly across the whole of the UK, not totally in the London and the South East, but in every region of the country. And I think that is extremely important. And a National Investment Bank that will ensure that fairness is taken all the way through it. We will also be, yes, increasing wages through the living wage, a living wage of £10 an hour by 2020. That will actually lead to economic growth and higher spending within the economy. It will also lead to a slight reduction in work benefits because of higher wages, but it will also help to rebalance our society. And from a government that has borrowed more than every Labour government in history over the past 7 years, we really don't need lectures. We really don't need lectures from the Tories on this. We're there to invest for the future and invest for the good of all, and to ensure there is fairness across communities and across the regions of Britain. And you know what? Every other country in the world says, why does Britain invest so little and pay itself so little while it allows such grotesque levels of inequality to get worse? Let's turn it round and do it the other way.
Thank you. I've got a lady on the very back row, the gentleman who has the most splendid moustache I've ever seen, and the gentleman on the front row. Second most lovely.
Hi, Jeremy. I'm just wondering, is there any provisions, Scarlett over here, is there any provisions to basically fix the failing academies that we already have in our system for schools? Because my son is now 18 and he came out with no GCSEs because the schools failed him.
Peter Lazenby, Morning Star newspaper. Can anything be done about the shockingly biased media?
Hi, Jeremy. One of the problems people face in society, I think, is economic isolation. We've seen a number of high street banks that are closing down. You think it'd be a good idea if there was a network of banks on the high street, maybe utilising post offices to provide a bank for the people?
Thank you very much,
Scarlett, thanks very much for your question. We don't want to close schools. Indeed, we want to see there is proper investment in schools all across the country. And under Labour, head teachers won't be asked to take collections at the school gate in order to pay for teachers' salaries and teaching assistants' salaries. We will ensure there is decent and fair funding of all schools across Britain, not what is happening now, which is funding per pupil is being cut in the vast majority of schools, and the schools are paying the price for that, with oversized and supersized classes, overstretched teachers, and an insufficiency of teaching assistants and so many other staff within the school. We will ensure our schools are properly funded. Secondly, where there are schools that are failing, then I believe, and I'm sure Angela would agree with me on this, there has to be an effective and strong local education authority that can step in to make sure that the schools are properly funded. Because we are not convinced of the idea that every school should be accountable only to the Department of Education. We want a much stronger local community and family of schools and education, so we would want to bring free schools and academies within that family of local education in a mutually supportive environment. Because at its best, if one school recognises it's got a problem of achievement in, say, English or maths, then a school down the road might be doing very well in those areas. You learn from each other. But if you create competition between schools all the time, you reduce the ability to learn from each other. Our children need to grow up knowing that the whole community is working for them. To quote the African proverb, it takes a village to bring up a child, not just the parents immediately with them. And since you so kindly brought up the question of education, Tom Watson and I have just been discussing on our wonderful campaign bus coming here how exciting it's going to be when we introduce the Pupil Arts Premium so that every child gets a chance to learn a musical instrument in school. Peter, thanks very much for your question. You've noticed that some of the media are slightly biased against the Labour Party. This is sometimes said to be the case. Listen, we're very serious about ensuring there is freedom of information and a right to know in society. It was, after all, Labour who introduced the Freedom of Information Act. We also recognise that in many societies around the world, very brave journalists lose their lives or are assassinated because they've uncovered the truth about brutal regimes and abuses of human rights. Journalists and journalism and free press are intrinsic to a democracy and a free society. I fully understand that. But it's also important to ensure there is responsible journalism, that there is a multiplicity of ownership, that there is a right of reply, and there isn't an abuse of monopoly power within it. And so we would develop Leveson, and Tom Watson is very clear on this, that we will protect the diversity of our free press, and we will ensure there is diversity of all of our media outlets in this country, so that everybody can take an informed opinion. And the point that Tony Cairns raised at the end about economic isolation, John McDonnell has put forward a very clear view that a high street bank is actually something that's quite important. It's part of our community. If you think about it, there's too many small towns, even medium-sized towns, where the town centre has been hollowed out, where various shops go, the banks go, and you get to a whole process of decline, and you end up with a town centre that is payday loan shops, bookies and fast food outlets, and very little else. It's quite complicated, but with intelligent planning and good support, you can end up with a much more vibrant and effective town centres all across the country. And so John's proposal is that banks shouldn't be allowed willy-nilly just to close all their branches and leave some towns with no bank whatsoever. There's also the question of the promotion of other banks as well. Credit unions have grown a great deal in our society. I'm indeed a member of a credit union myself, because I think they're a great way of helping people financially manage and helping them to get credit if they need it and get loans if they need it. I think those things are very important. There is also the role of the post office in this as an alternative source of banking, and indeed it was the Labour government of Harold Wilson that introduced the gyro account system in those days. And so we'd be looking, alongside the question of public ownership of Royal Mail, of the role that the post office will play in assisting people to get good banking. And again, that means you've got to keep post offices on the high streets of all our towns and cities in Britain.
Thank you. The next three, I am just going to go to journalists to prove how unbiased they are. So I've got Robert, I've got Sky, I've got Jack. Sorry, I'm going for Jack instead.
Who's first?
Robert's first, please.
Robert.
Hello.
Hi, Robert.
A couple of things. Most forecasters say that the main reason why the living standards of those on lower pay are set to fall over the next few years is because of the freeze on benefits. And I'm struck that you haven't promised to end the benefits freeze. Why didn't you choose to do that in your programme? And secondly, you've set out plans to spend about £50 billion a year more and tax companies and the rich by around £50 billion a year more. You've also got an ambitious programme of investment and an extension of public ownership to energy, the Royal Mail, water. How much do you intend to borrow additionally every year?
Thank you.
Yes, Faisal Islam, Sky News. Mr. Corbyn.
Oh, hi. Hi,
so you've described the manifesto as radical. The Independent Institute for Fiscal Studies has said that this is the biggest involvement of a government in the state since the 1970s. At the last election just 2 years ago, 2 million more voters felt that the Labour Party was too radical and insufficiently irresponsible. Why, outside of this hall, and the swing voters who will determine the election, why should they trust you to set their water rates, their gas bills and their train fares?
Thank you. And Jack.
Thank you. Jack Blanchard from the Mirror. Mr. Corbyn, when the manifesto leaked last week, a lot of these policies we put to an opinion poll, and they proved to be wildly popular. A vast majority of them people really, really like. But what they didn't like was you as leader. Why do you think that is?
Okay. Thanks for your question, Jack. It's all right, it's all right. It's not the cult of personality, don't worry about it. Robert, thanks very much for your question. Yes, increasing benefits is important, and clearly we're not going to freeze benefits. That is very clear. We're also looking at the perverse effects of the benefit cap on people and their housing accommodation, particularly in London and the centre of our big cities. You will be hearing more about that in the very near future. Secondly, on borrowing and investment, I've made it very clear that this government has borrowed because it hasn't invested, and it's borrowed more and more because it's invested less and less. And we end up with a process of almost managed economic decline relative to what we could achieve as a result of that. And so we're going to make it very, very clear that this will be a government that invests for the future in all parts of the country, because we have a grossly imbalanced process where the vast majority of transport infrastructure investment goes to London and the South East. And so one of our key commitments is a crossrail for the north, from Manchester across to Newcastle. Faisal and Jack, your questions are actually the mirror images of each other. Did you get together to decide who was going to ask which? No, it's all right, that's a joke, don't worry about it. When people talk about the 1970s and our manifesto doing that, I simply say that the other major party contesting this election is really, really forward-looking. They're going to bring back fox hunting and grammar schools. That sounds really 21st century, doesn't it? And so, yes, I've made it very clear, and John McDonnell will set out this in great detail tomorrow. Every one of our commitments is costed and funded. All of our borrowing commitments are there, out there in the open of what we would do. And you say the manifesto was leaked last week. Yes, many people got an advance copy of it. Well, they read it anyway. The opinion polls that have tested the policies individually have found them all to be very, very popular indeed. I just say this. I am very, very proud to lead this party. I was elected by a very large number of members and supporters, ordinary people all over this country, in trade unions, Labour supporters, Labour Party members. And I'm very proud that we have a party that is diverse, that is inclusive, that is pluralistic. And this manifesto is a product of that process. I see leadership as not dictating, but leadership is also about listening. Listening to what people say, understanding the stress, the pressures and the tensions in their lives, and ensuring that our party's policies, our government's approach to things reflects the reality of people's lives. I'm very proud to represent an inner city community in London, and I love the community and I listen very carefully to what they all say, as I do on all the travelling around the country. The function of leadership is to understand the stresses that people face in their daily lives, the frustrations, the thwarted ambition, the anger that they face, and try to produce policies that make that different. Being strong and standing up doesn't necessarily mean shouting, dictating and instructing. It's how you put your case. So, as you well know, I do not indulge in personal abuse. I think it's appalling, the abuse that's thrown at individual colleagues in the shadow cabinet, in the trade unions, the appalling abuse that's thrown around on the social media, and the very dark places it drives people into when that abuse takes place. So I want to set an example that you don't indulge in that. You debate the issues that we all face and come to solutions that we can all collectively accept and be enthusiastic and excited by. And you know what? This is something that has brought more than 500,000 people into membership of our party because they're excited about what we can do together for the good of everybody else.
Ladies and gentlemen, on that note, thank you to all of you. Thank you to all of the colleagues that have made this amazing document, which we're very proud to stand by. And ladies and gentlemen, with your support, your hard work and your dedication over the next 3.5 weeks, please say thank you to your next Prime Minister.
Let's all gather round. Right, fantastic. All hold it up.
sure that we undo the cuts that we're all facing across all of our communities at the moment, £3 billion of them, and a chance to just see how an academy like this works and operates and the pressure there.
But they can't vote it, can they? They're children. So why are you here? Why not be happy to vote?
Because I care about their future.
Well,
I mean,
of
this
course,
is about
that's
their
allowed,
future,
that's
isn't it? I
allowed.
mean, we're all about to cast a vote which will likely affect them more than it'll affect us.
Absolutely.
You know? Oh, Alice, how are you? Nice to meet you.
That fast.
Now let's see where he goes next. Down the foyer.
Look at the school
Yeah.
and some of our classes.
Chat. Brilliant. Lovely. I'm in your hands.
Do come and
Great, thanks very much. How old is the school?
This is our 10th anniversary year, so great timing for us. So celebrations right the way through the
Great.
year, including art days, commemorative things that we've been making within the school.
Yeah.
And as I say, we record all of that in these books so that we've got them as a record to show people the journey that we've come on. And interestingly today I'm running a leadership development day for schools across the country where we've got some leaders in who we're sharing that journey with, and it's been quite a good day to go back and think about how we first opened.
Cause a little bit more sort of traffic for you.
Absolutely. Well, they're going to meet with you later.
Great,
by
that's
chance
really
as
good.
well.
Really
Yes,
good.
yes.
So what's the age range?
2 to 19 years
Great.
today, so big range.
Yeah.
And the children have very severe and complex needs, profound and multiple needs, and
Yeah.
quite a few severe end.
Yeah.
Some quite medical conditions is another.
And do you act as a kind of a hub for mainstream schools as well to help children who are in mainstream?
Yeah, so we run an outreach service across the trust. So we're
Great.
3 schools in our trust,
Oh, right.
and then we support mainstream schools across Portsmouth and sometimes beyond as well. So,
Oh, superb.
and I think that's one of the jobs that we're here to do is not just look after our own children, but also make sure that all children with special needs get the best deal
Be
possible.
supported wherever they happen to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And how many children are there here?
We've got 120 on, and then some on and off. Now more able sixth formers
Okay.
out in the community, so
Okay.
that we're preparing them for the next step in their
Yeah.
life.
Yeah, fantastic. Let's have a look at this then.
Yeah.
So what have we got here?
So this is something that we're
Yeah.
sort of global rock may have come across time, which is a performing arts setup.
Great.
Where it's mostly based around dance and drama,
Yeah.
and we enter it every year. It's held by down at the Guildhall in Portsmouth, and so our pupils perform alongside mainstream schools to an audience of up to 2,000. And last year we got through to the regional final, which we were
Fantastic.
particularly
Wow.
proud of.
Wow.
So yes, this is a record of that. So.
The book is?
And
Yeah.
for me, music and performing arts is just one of the ways that we
Yeah.
reach our children.
Yeah. Yes,
music
absolutely.
is a fantastic way of communicating with them.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
I'm going to show you some music in a moment.
Yeah.
So,
Great. Excellent. That's fantastic. Inspiring.
so let me take you along to the music room where you're going to
please
meet some of our children.
We have a school in my master's in Lake District, Sandgate School, which is probably a little bit smaller, but a similar age range.
Yeah.
They have recently been attached to, I say probably the last 4 years, to mainstream high school, but attached in the sense that they share the same students, but there is a separate campus and it's the integration is great.
Yes.
But you do keep the school. It is still a special school.
Yes. So we teach music right across the school. So our special teaches all children 2 to 19. And for me, as I said earlier, it's a single way that you can communicate with every child here. So we have a specialist teacher in all of our schools. It's one of the things that we insist on. And they're sat on something. This particular group has got profound and complex needs. So everyone has a learning difficulty, physical difficulty, loud music, sorry.
That's fine. So you clearly can tell that they're enjoying it, and how do you assess the benefits?
It's a way, for some children it's a calming effect.
Yeah.
It is a way of communicating, so we use physical interaction, so I bang the drum and you bang the the opposite way to really back people up and get them ready for learning.
Yeah. Great. Fantastic.
And also the joy of which is our art space.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. Good afternoon, how are you? Nice to see you. Please, nice to see you. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I would love to. Hello. How do you do? Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. How you doing? What are you doing? What are we making?
So, we're making felt. We're going to ask Tim. What's your favourite colour?
My favourite colour? It's probably blue for Blackburn Rovers. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Have we got some?
Yeah, we have. Shannon, I'm going to ask him to help you. Can you help me?
Yes. How would I do it? What would you like to say? I think you're the expert, so I need you to probably help me. But tell me what I need to do. I pull it. So shall I pull a piece of that? And do I pull it like that? Hey Gerald, how are you?
Hi, welcome.
So I put it like, am I doing the right thing, doing that? Is that right?
Yeah.
Do I put it there? Is that right?
Oh yeah.
Is that right? Am I doing a reasonable job?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Don't just humour me.
It's really good.
Great stuff. So what will you do with this when it's all done? What will you do when this is done? Do we know? Turn it into, so it becomes
it will look like this. So they've been dancing in their classrooms and they've created this silhouette.
Yeah.
A bit like their
Is that you? Is that you?
Excellent.
Yes. I can see.
That one's you.
Thank you very much. Do you want what colour is that?
Blue.
It's bluish,
that's
sort
right.
of turquoisey blue, isn't it? That's right, brilliant.
That's very good.
That is
It's a
very,
lovely
very
picture of you.
So how did you make that? How did that come about? So you danced?
And then you cut it.
Yeah.
Very good.
Wonderful.
So will you use, did you, I see, and you were looking at that, is it?
Yes, and so we're just in the background at the moment, and then we've got to do our dancing figure on top,
Right.
and then it will be turned into a piece of canvas.
Great. So in the end, will this look like you dancing? That's expensive canvas. So this will be turned into, so you're going to make a felt figure of you dancing. Is that right? That would be great. And what colours do you, so what's your favourite colour? Is this your favourite colour?
My favourite colour.
That's green.
A nice green
With
colour,
a
isn't it?
nice green background as well.
So will you have, so you have the green background and have the colourful silhouette maybe?
Yeah.
I'm trying not to make a mess of this. Let's just see if I can continue
Shannon, what are we
to...
going to do with our felt? We're going to put it in a picture frame and show it at our exhibition.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That is brilliant. That should be marvellous.
That's really good.
So am I doing the right thing just placing it here? Is it doing one layer on top of another?
Yeah,
And what will be the layer on top of this? So we're going that way, so I see. So yellow goes that way,
Yeah.
and this, what would we call this? Would we call this pink? What would you call it? It's kind of reddy pink, isn't it?
I think I used to have a gonk with hair that colour.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Do we still have gonks?
We do still have gonks.
Yeah, good. There we go.
Excellent. So we've got
Put that on there too.
really nice blue stuff at the other end.
It feels good, doesn't it? Is it? It's quite a nice pulling, isn't it, as well? It pulls away from the main thing. There we go.
Do you like art?
So I like art, but I'm not very good. My sister was very good at art, and she still is good at art. I was terrible at art at school, but it didn't stop me enjoying it. There you are. There you go. I was into music, but so I even once got told to stop doing art by my art teacher because I was so poor at it. And he turned out to be the teacher who helped my sister train to be an art teacher. So as you can see, the genes went in different directions.
We can't all have everything.
Mr. Bevan, I don't hold it against him.
So maybe when you finish this, Shannon, you could send it to Tim. Would you like to post it? That'd be nice.
Would you?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Shannon. That's very kind. That is really kind.
You remember my name?
I did. There you are.
But you got a brownie point for that.
I do. I expect a point. There you go. Great stuff.
Okay, should we
Thanks,
move on?
Rob. Shannon, it's really, really nice to meet you. Really great to meet you. Good luck with all of this.
Yes.
Nice to see you too.
What are we going to say to Tim? Goodbye.
Bye-bye to you. Thank you very much. And good luck with what you're doing. Thank you. Yeah, all the best. Take care. Great luck with the exhibition. Whoops. It looks like it's very different
Blue,
shades.
your favourite colour. There's a big Pompey influence.
Pompey blue. Did Pompey get promoted this season?
Yeah.
Are they into League One?
Yeah.
So we're playing Blackburn Rovers next season.
So we're league champions for
And so we're meeting as because we got relegated, as you probably know.
We weren't going to mention it.
That's very kind of you. I mean, it's good to actually be playing a big team.
Yeah.
I'm thinking our local derby's Fleetwood. Nothing wrong with Fleetwood, by the way.
but not a big team.
Not yet.
So we would you like to say hello?
Hello, so pink and green, that's a really interesting combination of colours. And that is you dancing, you're Zoe, is that right? Yeah. Zoe, I am Tim, and that is you dancing. And are you going to make a felt of you dancing? Is that the idea?
That's the
It'll
idea,
eventually
isn't
look
it?
like...
Yeah.
So
It'll look like a Zoe.
It's going to... That's amazing. That is amazing.
A colourful Zoe.
And it gets... that's great. And am I right in you're going to have an exhibition where you can show all these off and people can come and see them?
Sure.
Yeah, sure. I think that's what I heard. That is what I heard.
Cool. Okay. I've got my orders.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck, all of you.
Thank you.
Bye, Jack. Bye, Zoe. See you later. Bye. 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 Hello.
So cute. Cute. Is it?
Sorry, Gerald. Sorry, we have to get in. So, we are making felts of you. So, Bethany, will that eventually look like... The felt will look like you, is that the idea?
Who's that?
A dancing Bethany.
You dancing. That's great.
That's good.
Do you like dancing? Yeah. And do you like making art with felt? So that's two good things together, isn't it? That is great. So the idea is that you pull the strands and you put them on a crosshatch.
Yeah.
One
Build it
below
up.
and one up. That's great. And so when it's got to a certain height, what do you do with it then?
We then make it wet, don't
Ah.
we? We squeeze it all out and then we dry it so it all kind of sticks
Press it,
together.
press it down. Great.
It's going to be
It's
good.
very impressive.
Also sounds a bit messy, which is probably quite good fun, isn't it?
We
It's
love a
messy,
bit
but
messy.
I like a bit of messy. That's
Okay,
great.
right.
Yeah. Great, Bethany. Really nice to meet you. Good luck. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Shannon. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. It's all right? Yeah, well... Yeah.
Right now. Can you do a time lapse at the same time?
Who's the former Tory leader in Scotland?
Annabel Goldie. Oh, you said Labour leader? Aye. Annabel Goldie was an easy one.
David, what would you give for Annabel?
I couldn't think of the name, that's what I'm thinking about.
Obviously that's required.
Yeah,
Right, go back then.
That's a shot. There's the shot you're getting there. Aye. No, it's just got to, well, send them to you, but then we're just talking in live.
I'm not moving. No, I've got sound. I'm happy, it is what it is.
So yes, and then he asks, "Oh, when she starts?" And then it's
Okay, right. Okay, sorry, right. I'm just looking at perspective. Yes, but you did that.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, what do you do at that point? What do you do? I'm not going to be a problem for you here. What are we doing?
Careful, it's very windy.
Careful!
Had a few toppled hit.
Ken, if you take off, we'll come get you in Crammond, right?
Just prop me up.
We'll come find you.
Bye.
Yeah.
You know, that's the exhaustion is great.
What?
We turned up yesterday.
Oh my God.
I'm away. He's coming in. I'm away.
Well, it's good. Listen, if you guys are getting back, that's good.
Never phoned me. Mr. P. Tell me. Come on. Just took off. Never known you to be good for a job.
I know.
I'm going to check the time. It's probably actually no early. She's running late. Early for a job. It's a minute to go. She's on a 10 past. Good job. I've seen some posting them. It's all possible.
Anything's possible.
Always remember that. 9:30. Because of that's been a late start for you. Sorry, so this morning slide. So you made up for this afternoon? Did you see it? No, I was going to say. Just wants to see you. If you wanted nickel with pipe back, then it was like my job is supposed to be 11. You're saying, oh, well, I'll I didn't go see Gens, I just went to leave used to be a cardigan as well. Where are you? I was thinking. You actually? Makers or something? I'm not going to keep it. I was in Makers. No. Once from them we'll be doing the open. I'm in my bed. What time's the job? Half an hour ago. I'll get there. Maybe I'll even
Is there a particular line in the snappers cross it you're not going to be able to see?
But you say that's where you're not going to be. Anybody in front of you
But if I say to them like don't move forward beyond
where they are now, once it starts you will be able to smile.
I know.
Yeah, but they're in the shot now. They're in the shot now. The sausage will smile. We all get heads regardless. He says the boy for the local paper snapper was getting for next night. It was stupid the other day with the sausages. You're all right there, yeah. Just, I'll keep down in.
You're not available. Honestly, there is a...
Ronnie, just shout. Sierra Free.
Was
that? It was me. It was me. Of course it was me. So many people about I'd swear. I'd swear. Teaching yourself to go for it. I'm still wanting my drink tomorrow. I'll sort that. You don't worry about that. Tell the boys where he wants to go. We'll keep it away. No, do you know that well? Listen. Go wherever you want. Go wherever you want. Seriously. I was asked. It makes it look more chaotic. I was asked a question that was. Can you see that? No. But that's where you told me. So I'm just doing it. What's that? These guys, because they help you. Those boys are too high to get the bed. We're all one. I know, it's right. Go what happens, eh? I know, I'm going with the flow. It's the only way to do it. Got a lovely shot. He's the one you've got to look at. Got a lovely shot about your map. Right. He's tuned out. It's only the SNP. Is this the SNP? Listen,
Would it be better if the crowd people weren't on the platform? Would you
get the bridge that way?
Would you see the bridge?
No, the bridge is still too high. No, the
Can we lower the bridge?
Can we lower the bridge? I've already asked that. I can't do it. They need to play the slowest all the time.
Andy, every time I turn around, you're somewhere else.
Technically, they can because they think we'll wind down a bit.
I'm just looking around going, you were over there a minute ago, now you're over there.
You going live there? Aye, I'm going to Photoshop the bridge in later. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Remember this moment. I remember him first time round. I've got a picture of the House of Hell of you there.
I don't even know. They're like half sandals at the back. Honestly, please. Don't go there. You really don't need to go there.
Yes. Landing craft. That'll come down at the front. It was a great PR idea. Michael Jackson done it a couple of years later. I know, well, so technically, it's not to be fair, if you look back now, that's an amazing statue of him when you compare it to Ronaldo. The one at the airport. Somebody actually posted a photo up Ronaldo side by side. And his eyes actually, they look like they're but there's some faces that if you, it must be the way he smells or something, his eyes actually look like they're at a different level and stuff like that. That's obviously the photo of the case. I seen it when the boys tapped the shooter, they turned round and they were like, right? Landing craft for the General Lee side have a Scotland flag. They'll be touched up the Confederate flag for the next song time. Aye. The other two in the ankles.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome to Queensferry. Welcome to Edinburgh West. I'm Tony Giuliano, SNP candidate for this constituency. And you give a warm welcome to Scotland's First Minister, the SNP leader, Nicola Sturgeon. See you.
Hello everybody. It is fantastic to be here in Queensferry today. Today is a very special day for the SNP. Exactly 10 years ago today, the first ever SNP government took office in Scotland. And over these past 10 years, we have worked each and every day to make Scotland a better country. And we have made real progress to be proud of. Today, our NHS budget is at record levels. It is £3 billion higher today than it was when we took office. Today, there are 12,000 more people working in our NHS. And we abolished prescription charges, removing the tax on ill health. We have done what previous administrations failed to do, integrate health and social care. And today, our accident and emergency departments across our country are the best performing anywhere in the United Kingdom. On education, we have extended free childcare from 12.5 hours per week to 16 hours a week. And over the next few years, we will extend it further to 30 hours a week. In our schools, we see record exam passes by our young people. And now we're investing in a new pupil equity fund to drive up standards in our schools even further. And I am proud to say that we have kept university tuition free of tuition fees. Today in Scotland, just as it was when I was so fortunate enough as a young person to go to university, your ability to go to university is based on your ability to learn not on your ability to pay. And the SNP will always keep university access free of tuition fees. We have maintained the number of police officers on our streets, and as a result we now see crime at a 42-year low. We've restored council house building and built more than 60,000 affordable homes across our country. We have protected people from Tory policies like the bedroom tax. We set up a Scottish welfare fund to protect people from the worst impacts of Tory cuts to social security. We set world-leading climate change targets, and we have met them 6 years ahead of schedule. We gave votes to 16 and 17-year-olds for the Scottish Parliament and for council elections. In so many ways, we have made so much progress to be proud of. Now, I know we're not perfect. We haven't got everything right, and there is so much more work still to do. Work to grow our economy, get more people into employment, and drive up standards in our schools even further. But we can be proud in Scotland that when it comes to progressive policies, we are leading the UK. Labour launched its own manifesto this morning, and many of the policies in Labour's manifesto will seem very familiar. An end to the bedroom tax, climate change targets, getting rid of NHS parking charges. They seem familiar policies in Scotland for a very good reason. The SNP government has already delivered all of them in Scotland. And even the Tories, who have spent the past 10 years criticising council house building and criticising free prescriptions, have now changed their tune, albeit belatedly and with not very much credibility. So we are making progress, and we are leading the UK in progressive policies. But my message today is this: we must resolve to keep Scotland moving forward. And in this election, it is vital that we elect strong SNP MPs who will stand up for Scotland and protect Scotland's interests at Westminster. We know the biggest risk to Scotland in the years ahead is an increasingly hardline Tory government intent on more austerity, more cuts, and intent not just on Brexit, but the most extreme form of Brexit possible. So we need to make sure that after this election, Scotland's voice is heard loudly and clearly. It is more important than it has ever been before for Scotland's voice to be heard, for MPs from Scotland to stand up for Scotland and protect our interests. So on June the 8th, the message is clear. Tory MPs will be rubber stamps for whatever Theresa May wants to do. SNP MPs will be there to stand up for Scotland and protect our interests. The SNP is stronger for Scotland. We always have been, and we always will be. Let's get out there and win this election for Scotland. How are you all? Good. Hi. You going to give me? Look, there we go.
Catch your person for that.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
Stand up here just for a second.
John, the RTS in the post. Say that again. The RTS award in the post. For what? For last week? this is as good as it gets. Right.
You're not joining the bonfire, Ray. Nah, sort that. Life's too short.
They were freezing. Oh, go on. No NHS cuts! No NHS cuts! No NHS cuts! Our NHS! 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 No NHS cuts! No NHS cuts! Hands off HRI! 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 Right, I won't let you. I am supposed to be at work. Right. No, I'm locally in it. Manager with me. Security guard. Yeah, security guard.
I've actually seen anybody using an XT one.
Oh my God, it's coming. Right under the village, it used to shoot us on. Yeah, I remember. And you were a politician. I remember Princess Mary. Give us a wave, Thelma! Give us a wave!
Yeah, oh, right, okay, cool. Yeah, alright, fine, fair enough.
It's nice and light.
Yeah, yeah.
Fine, it can be phoned.
You look a little bit less like a photographer. A little bit, not a lot. I mean, I've got three lenses for my... I leave it in the back of the car as a shit camera. It's sort of, that's what I try and do. Well, I don't leave it. Whenever
Want them to lift the banners up? Hold them up, but then they
somebody else.
Is that the car value or is that whole value?
We might get them all,
She's
party looks like a
Hi, Mark! Hi, Mark! He's not up front. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. No, you come to this.
By the amplifier.
I'm hiding all my ideas. I don't know whether I might actually do my leg. I won't be like, you want to like see your back? Walk out. Have you seen how much
My battery's gonna go. Tell your keeping these people waiting.
That's it.
3:10.
They're never on time. Well. That was a great bit of
Dropping on me.
a bit of rain.
God speaks on the righteousness and shines on the roof.
Let's sing a song.
Is he here yet? What's the time scale?
I don't know.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. What's the time scale?
It's not on. Is it on?
Bobble off. See how they're getting all the kids in? It's like staged a little bit.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. I mean, this is staged. It's there.
I wish I'd got an answer.
No, we do need the hands up. Jackie! 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 Oh, mind you.
Yeah, that is also hands on.
It's more than the crowd. On all these pictures, I'm like,
25 minutes ago. That would be the political version of imminent. But if I kept boiling eggs every 3 minutes, I've had like a load of bubbles. I was going to say, that's been on the whole time, yeah? In late party terms, I'm going for that. It all goes wrong on my backside on live TV because he's walking up right.
Just fix if you're looking at it, there's a thing you fit. And it'll fall out. Two things are fixed together.
Under this bit, oh I see. Shit, I'm committed now. Right, I'll rugby tackle him if he comes now, okay? Very late. You slotted it the wrong way in there, or the battery's the wrong way. Oh God, put the original ones back in then.
Let's have last minute.
It's not. I'm praying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please tell me that that's working now. Why are you looking? What, smile, as in you're happy? Oh. Right. Well, John. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. Thank God for that. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the press. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Peter Piper picked a peck of bloody pickled pepper. For my next trick, I'll go and lie down under that.
I never have that problem. Well, I have.
To some general questions. So can we please give a big Screwfix Trenton welcome to the Prime Minister, Theresa May.
Thank you very much indeed, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you here at Screwfix today and just say a few words to you about the general election on the 8th of June and then give you an opportunity to ask me some questions. And as we look ahead to the 8th of June, this is a really important time, I think, for the future of our country. And there is an important choice to be made at the election. because the next 5 years really matters. And getting it right for the next 5 years matters because so much hangs on it. Our future prosperity, our place in the world, our standard of living, the opportunities we want for our children and our children's children. And I'm going to be out and about around the country over the next 23 days, showing people why I believe that this is an important election. I think we need an election now to give us the strong and stable leadership for the future that will get the right deal from Europe, but also build a better Britain for the future. And as I say, I'm going to be out and about around the country over the next 23 days. I want to earn every vote I can to enable me to give you that leadership and lead the country forward. Because if we look ahead, Brexit actually offers us opportunities for the future. And it's important that we seize those opportunities. And we need the strong and stable government and leadership to be able to do that. And the first thing, of course, that we need to do is to get the best deal for Britain from Europe. Build a deep and special partnership with Europe that will give us that good relationship that will enable be good for businesses like this and businesses across the rest of the country. But if we get the Brexit deal right, of course, that will enable us to give a better deal for ordinary working people here at home. And that means a government that has a plan for the future, and I will be taking my plan for a stronger Britain out to people over the remaining days of this election campaign. And government has a role to play in that. It's important that we ensure that there's a good school place for every child so that youngsters get the best possible start in life. We need to ensure that we lock in economic growth so we can fund a first-class national health service. We need to tackle and take action in relation to people's standard of living, the cost of living, and also ensure that government is really at the service of ordinary working people. Now, I've already started to set out some policies that I think follow through on that. We've announced a new generation of social housing with a new right to buy for tenants. We've announced protection for workers' pensions from irresponsible bosses. New mental health laws to tackle injustice, action to end the injustice of rip-off energy bills by putting a cap on energy price rises. And yesterday, I announced the biggest ever enhancement to workers' rights that's ever been proposed by a Conservative government. And there are a number of elements to that. First of all, we will protect the rights that are currently guaranteed by EU law when we leave the European Union. But we'll also enhance rights in a number of ways. So we've announced a right to time off when a parent loses a child, a right to request time off for training, a right to have time off to care for a family member. We'll also ensure that the national living wage rises with median earnings over the rest of over the next Parliament. We will ensure that our discrimination laws enable us to tackle the problem of discrimination in the workplace of people with intermittent mental health conditions. We will ensure there's workers' representation on company boards, and we'll look to introduce returnships, so to help people who perhaps have taken time out from the workplace to be able to get back into the workplace. And we'll also look at the issue of racial disparity in pay by introducing more transparency in that area too. I think that these sorts of policies are exactly what we need in order to ensure that we are doing the best for ordinary working families and ordinary working people up and down the country. It will take strong leadership and a strong government to do that. It won't just happen. We need that strong and stable government with a plan to take this country forward. As I say, I'm going to be out and about in the remaining days now until the general election, talking to people, listening to people, and earning every vote I can. And if I earn that support, then I really do believe that together we can build a better future for this country. Thank you. I will take some questions, as we said. Yes, over here.
When you get re-elected,
would you like a microphone so everybody can hear your question? Or?
Yeah, when you get re-elected Prime Minister, have you got plans for NHS and defence budget?
NHS and?
Defence budget.
Defence budget, yes. And we will be, just so everybody knows, we will be publishing our manifesto later this week, so you'll see all the details. What I think is important for our NHS, of course, we have been putting extra funding into the NHS, and we announced, even in the budget back a couple of months ago, we announced some extra funding, for example, particularly for accident and emergency, to help improve the service in certain hospitals for accident and emergency. We want to ensure that being in the NHS is an attractive profession. We see more doctors and nurses there. We'll set out in detail in the manifesto our proposals for the NHS for the future, but what I want to do is to ensure that we have a strong NHS, a first-class NHS. We can only do that if we're generating the funds from the economy to be able to pay for it. And similarly, we want to ensure that we're putting sufficient money into our defence budget, and we'll remain committed to 2% of our GDP being spent on defence, but also that in each year the defence budget will rise by 0.5% above inflation, so real terms and a little bit more. I think I saw a hand over here, yes?
Why do you think the Conservative Party are the best party to take us through Brexit?
I think we're the best party to take us through Brexit, because I think there's two things you need if you're looking at Brexit. First of all, you do need to be pretty strong in what are going to be tough negotiations with Europe. We've seen in recent weeks some of the, it is going to be tough, some of the things that have been said about our future. And we're committed, we're the only party that is really committed to ensuring that we do this. I think it's important. People voted for Brexit, and I think whatever side of the argument people were on at the time, I think most people now just want us to get on with it and do it well. And so we've got the plan to take us through those negotiations. I've set out what our proposals are for the sort of relationship we want with Europe in the future. And I want the best possible relationship for trade so that businesses can thrive here. But we want to do more than Brexit. And it's about not just getting to Brexit, it's about having a plan that takes us beyond. And things like our modern industrial strategy, making sure that prosperity and growth can be really spread across the whole of the UK, are an important part of that. Gentleman here, and then I'll come to the back.
The cost of living has gone high since Brexit. I have a family of 7. What are you going to do to bring the cost of living down?
Well, there's some things. You're right. The cost of living is, when we are seeing inflation, obviously, has gone up slightly. There's the impact of what's happened to the currency is partly about that. But there are things that we can do, like on energy prices, because I see too many people paying over the odds for their energy, which is an important, is an important key fundamental for you if you've got a family and looking after your family. So doing something on something like that is important. But longer term, it's about actually making sure that we've got the strong economy that can support jobs. I'd like to see, higher paid jobs, more people, investment in this country, so that we can create that environment where people are able to see a better future in terms of their cost of living, but also a better future for their children.
But the price of food's going higher and higher, rising dramatically since the last 6 months.
There is an impact in relation to the price of food. What we need to do is to make sure that we get that Brexit deal right. There will be some uncertainty for business and people over the next couple of years as we're doing that negotiation. But what we need to do is make sure that we get that negotiation right, so we get the best possible deal. Because our future and what our cost of living is in the future depends on us being able to do that and have a really good economy. And coming up with proposals which will only end, like the Labour Party has today, which will end with people paying the price for those policies, doesn't help in terms of people's cost of living or in terms of being able to fund our public services for the future. Now, there was a hand right at the back there that I saw. Yes.
Hi there. Very encouraging to see you as a Member of Parliament working closely with your constituency. Many Members of Parliament do work very, very hard, but there is quite a low turnout at elections sometimes. What would you encourage the electorate to do, and what more can MPs do to make sure we do get a good turnout?
Well, you're right, and thank you, because of course the last Screwfix building that I went into was the new one in Maidenhead in my constituency, and was very pleased to be able to do that. I think we should all be giving a message to people at this election that it is really crucially important in terms of the choice that is available to people, and that it is about the future of our country. I think it is the most crucial election we've faced in my lifetime, because we're at this important moment of change for the country in terms of Brexit and then going forward beyond Brexit. So I would encourage everybody to go out and vote, and I think it's important for all of us involved in this, whoever we are, to go out there and encourage people to go out and vote, because it is about people's future. Thank you. Are there any more from the... Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, Stoke-on-Trent was hit quite hard when the industries left. What would be the plans to bring back investment into our city?
Well, I was pleased. I was here a few weeks ago with Jack, actually, looking at the way the ceramics industry in Stoke has actually been reignited, if you like, and there's some real success stories here. Just hearing about this building and the work you do here and the hundreds of people employed here, this is a great success story as well. So I think, but what we want to do as a government, we've published ideas of what we call our modern industrial strategy, which is about looking at different parts of the country and different sectors of industry, saying how can we encourage growth across the whole country, where there are benefits, where there are particular clusters of expertise, can we encourage those to grow even further and really create that sort of hubs and incentives for industry. And so our industrial strategy will be aiming to roll out to make sure that that prosperity is going across the whole of the country. And obviously, as I've just said, you've got some advantages here in Stoke in existing industries that could be built on for the future. Gentleman there.
What are your plans? Sorry. What are your plans for the tax-free allowance come 2022?
For the, you mean for the personal allowance? You mean the...
Tories do because I'm a Conservative member, so what are the plans for the tax-free allowance?
Well, I'm not. I'm going to disappoint you in that I'm not setting out tax plans until you see the manifesto later this week. All I would say is that, of course, what we've done as a Conservative government is raise the personal allowance. We've taken overall about 4 million people across the whole country out of paying income tax altogether. And by raising the allowance, there's been a tax cut, which is effectively, for a basic rate taxpayer, the equivalent of about £1,000 a year. So we are a low tax party, but our manifesto will come out later this week. Question here. Sorry, I'm making the microphone.
Obviously, in the election before, obviously on Brexit, UKIP did a lot for that because of immigration. You know, I voted UKIP, and I think 7%, probably 7 out of 10 people voted on immigration. What are your plans for immigration?
Yeah, well, this is an area where, and you're right, because I believe too that for some people who voted at the referendum, immigration was one of the issues they were concerned about. Of course, I was Home Secretary for 6 years, and during that time we brought a number of changes into the immigration rules for people coming from outside the EU. Now, we think that numbers should be brought down. We want to control our borders. I think that's important. We think that numbers should be brought down to sustainable levels, and we continue to think sustainable levels are in the tens of thousands. But in immigration, there's no one thing you do that suddenly makes the numbers go down to that level. You have to constantly work at it. What we will now be able to do when we leave the EU, of course, is bring in rules for people coming from the EU into the UK, as we have rules for people coming from outside the EU into the UK. So that will enable us to control that element of immigration that previously was not, with free movement, we were not able to control. But I think there's a very clear, we as a party were quite early to recognise that this was a concern for people and to look to put some control into our immigration rules, and will continue to do so. I'll take perhaps, the gentleman with the hat has been waving, and then I'll take one more question over there, and then I'll take one to the media. Don't worry, I will come to you.
Yesterday you said you wouldn't debate Jeremy Corbyn because you don't think the public want to see politicians shout at each other, which is pretty much Prime Minister's questions every Wednesday. How are we expected to see you as a strong leader when you won't debate the opposition?
Well, as you've yourself said, I've debated the opposition, virtually every Wednesday since I became Prime Minister. What I think is important in elections is to be able to do things like this, actually get out and take questions from people in a variety of settings, in workplaces and in other ways too, rather than just having that sort of TV set-up debate, which normally ends up with the politicians, as you say, having a go at each other, rather than actually being able to answer people's questions. I did an event yesterday, Facebook Live, people able to put questions into ITV on Facebook, and for 45 minutes just did a sort of quick-fire answers, trying to answer as many questions as possible from people and answering directly to them. And I think that's what's important. People will make their choice, but I think I want to give people an opportunity to be able to ask me questions direct in that way. I think there's a lady back there.
Hi, Prime Minister. Following on from the Brexit theme, in terms of once we do leave Europe, are there any plans that you may have to introduce a tax or a levy for foreign vehicles using our roads in the same way that we do when we go across to Europe?
Now, there's an interesting question. It's something that has, over time, various governments have actually looked at that as a possibility. And there have always been various logistical issues that have actually led to us not from doing that. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, it's not something that I've looked at this stage. I know it's something that a lot of people do worry about, obviously particularly people in the haulage industry. But it's not something we're looking at the moment. Now I will come to the media, and let's take ITV, is that? Yes.
Emily Morgan from ITV News. Prime Minister, Labour have said today that they won't raise national insurance. They'll provide free childcare for every family and increase the national living wage to £10 an hour. They're all policies aimed at working people. If you really are the party of working people, will you also make such pledges? And if I may, a second question. Your response to reports that President Trump has disclosed classified information to the Russians.
Well, first of all, on the second issue that you've raised, I mean, I don't, as you know, I don't comment on issues that may or may not relate to security matters, so we won't comment on that, and it's not up to me what President Trump says to anybody that he's meeting and talking to. On the first issue, what I would say about this is you've mentioned some ideas that are in Labour's manifesto. If we look overall at that manifesto, I think it shows what we knew all along, which is basically it doesn't add up. And if you look across that manifesto, the question isn't what people are promising, but can you believe that people will deliver what they're promising? You can only fund our National Health Service, you can only have the funding that we've made available in relation to childcare if you've got that strong economy. What we see from Labour's proposals today, as I say, is that they don't add up, and their nonsensical economic policies would mean that actually it was ordinary working families who would pay the price of Labour's coalition of chaos. Now, I'll take the BBC.
You're in a room full of workers, Prime Minister. Will you guarantee to all the staff here, just as George Osborne did in 2015, that the living wage will reach £9 an hour by 2020?
The national living wage will rise in line with median earnings. That was always the commitment that was made, and that will remain the commitment. Beth.
Sky News. Prime Minister, just to follow up on Eleanor's question, you say inflation's up slightly. It's actually up at a near 4-year high and is now clearly outstripping wages. Now, you say you're the party for working people and pensioners, but under a potential new Tory government, pensioners will be poorer unless you recommit to the triple lock, and workers could be poorer unless you actually do commit to what George Osborne said in 2015, which was he would lift the national living wage to £9 by 2020. Can you give both all the workers here and also pensioners some reassurances that as inflation ramps up, they won't be poorer under your government?
Well, I've been very clear that pensions will continue to rise under a Conservative government. How we calculate that will be set out in our manifesto. What we have seen over the last few years is an increase in pensioners' income through the basic state pension. If you remember, under Labour, we had 1 year when the rise was 75p. The rise in basic state pension is now equal to £1,250 a year, so a significant improvement there for pensions, and pensions will continue to go up under a Conservative government. And as I've said, the national living wage has always been committed in relation to rising in line with median earnings, and that's what we will do for the future. Now, Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Cole from The Sun. Jeremy Corbyn has announced £48 billion worth of spending commitments today, but they're very popular with the public in polls. Are you worried about Labour's manifesto's popularity? And given we are at Screwfix today, do you think it would screw or fix the economy?
You can always trust The Sun to come out with a line like that. What I would say to this, I think the people who should be worried about Labour's manifesto are the ordinary working families who will find themselves paying the price for the spending commitments that Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party have put forward. I think the sums have probably been dreamt up by Diane Abbott, and what we see is that actually these policies, they're nonsensical economic policies, would actually damage our economy. Now, if you damage the economy, it means businesses go under, you have fewer jobs, you have less money to put into the National Health Service and other public services. So there's a very clear choice at the election, which is me and my team with a plan and a vision to build a stronger economy for the future, and Labour with plans that I believe would wreck the economy. Now, we'll take...
Thank you. Jack Mayman from the Daily Telegraph. Prime Minister, earlier you told some school children that you're a fan of the Harry Potter books. Can I ask you which character you believe that you're most similar to?
No, you can't ask me that. I don't think I'm similar to any of the characters in Harry Potter, but they're a great read for adults as well as for children. The mirror.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Ben Glaze, Daily Mirror. Yesterday in your Facebook Live interview, you said that one of the reasons you support fox hunting is because other ways of controlling fox numbers are more cruel. I'm just wondering if you can set out for us some of the ways that you think are more cruel than a fox being ripped apart by a pack of hounds.
Well, if all you have to do is look at some of the reports that have been done in relation to fox hunting about the problems that can occur when other methods of killing foxes are used. What I also said yesterday was two other things. When it comes to this issue, it will be a free vote of members of Parliament. Each member of Parliament will take their own individual decision on this issue. And actually, I think for most people, as you will have seen from the questions here today, there are other issues that are more important to them in this election. Now, I think we may have some local media here. Do we have the Stoke Sentinel? Yes, the Stoke Sentinel. Excellent.
To ask you a question about school funding. Labour have announced today that they will put billions of pounds extra into school budgets. Will the Conservative Party match this?
Well, first of all, we're all putting record levels of funding into schools at the moment. And of course, we introduced the pupil premium, which ensures there is that extra funding available, focused particularly on particularly disadvantaged children. For our overall schools policy, you will be able to see what we're going to say in our manifesto when that is produced. What we do want to ensure, though, is that we have a fair distribution of school funding across the country. Everybody accepts that there is an unfair system at the moment. We have to get this right. We've put forward some proposals, we've consulted on them, but we need to look, obviously, at the response to those proposals. But I want to see a fair system of funding across the nation's schools, and I want to see a diverse school system where we are able to see every child having a good school place. And I think BBC Radio Stoke are here. Is that right? Yes. Yes. I think this may have to be the last question.
The Royal Stoke University Hospital, which serves the city, routinely fails to meet A&E targets with frequent 12-hour waits for patients. What will the Conservatives do to address this? Can you put a figure on what investment will be seen for our local hospital?
Well, it's what's important in looking at the way hospitals are dealing with A&E. We did put some more money in the budget for some hospitals across the country to ensure that they're able to have the best possible, I was going to say operation, I don't mean it in the medical sense, but organisation in their A&E. What we see in A&E is that sometimes they are put under significant pressure. Sometimes people go to A&E because they're not able to access services elsewhere. So it's not just a question of what you do for the hospital, it's actually how you ensure that there are services available for people to go to elsewhere, such as the 7-day-a-week GP, access to GPs that we want to see. Thank you, everybody. I think that was the last question. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good to see you.
Unbearable for so many of them, and that we'll make sure they are properly fed while in primary school by giving every child a good lunch every day they're in primary school. And I am sure you agree with me, and I'm sure we all share this. Learning is about English, it is about maths, it is about science, it is about geography and history, all absolutely crucial and important subjects. But it's also about unlocking the creativity and imagination that is there in all of us and in all of our children. It's about learning about our communities and our life and being part of a wider community. The great African saying is, it takes a child to bring up, it takes a village to bring up a child. It takes a child to educate a village. And that is the philosophy that will be behind it. And I'm very proud of what we're doing there. And also, we're going to introduce a pupil arts premium so that every child in every school can learn a musical instrument. And before some incredibly expert writer in one of our broadsheet papers tells me all this is unnecessary and excessive nonsense, I'd simply say this: you do well at music, you do well at maths, you do well at maths, you do well at music. Science, music and art are not that far apart. Let's bring the subjects together. But we also have other challenges. Students going on into university. Those who want to be nurses, held back because the government has cancelled the nurse bursary. I was talking to a group of nurses in Worcester last week. They had decided to go into nursing. They'd done other jobs, they'd done other things in their life. They wanted to go into nursing. Absolutely brilliant, because they're bringing that life experience into nursing. That's great. But they told me they could only do it because they'd got the nurse bursary to help them through the training. The Tories cancelled it, therefore there's going to be a shortage of nurses, therefore we're going to have difficulties in our NHS. A Labour government on June the 9th will bring it back. And as one who's been in Parliament and been around long enough to remember the days when going to university was a choice, not something you would approach with trepidation because you wonder what would happen in the future. We've looked at it, we've gone through it all very, very carefully, and we are utterly determined to get rid of student fees so that everyone can go to university. And so these things are all very important. What is also important is the way in which we approach the other issues that are facing so many. I am constantly angry and shocked by the number of people I meet in all our towns and cities who are sleeping rough, who are homeless. Those that have suffered all kinds of problems in their lives end up sleeping rough. What is it with modern Britain? What is it with modern Tory Britain that somehow or other we just condone it? We just accept it as one of those things? Sorry, it's not. It hasn't always been like that. And so we're going to have a housing strategy that does support the homeless, that does make sure everyone has a shelter. But in many ways, those that are rough sleeping homeless are a symptom of the problem, a symptom of a country that has not developed enough secure lifetime tenancy council housing, that has not ensure that those that want to buy get a chance because the deposits are too high or their income too low, and those that are living in the private rented sector in some parts of the country pay far too much, in all parts of the country are living in an insecure way and an insecure place. And so next week in Birmingham we'll be launching our comprehensive housing strategy to support the homeless, to give them somewhere to live, to build the council housing we need. We want 1 million new homes in 5 years, half of which will be council housing, and we want to regulate the private rented sector and ensure those who want to buy are able to get that start. Because I do not measure the success of a housing policy by the number of big-time investors that can buy luxury homes in London and the South East and keep them empty while the prices rise and sell them on without them ever being used. There's something offensive about places being kept empty while there are people who are homeless. So it will be different. It will be a very, very different philosophy. And it's also the world in which we live. We are faced, our generation, we are faced with the issues of climate change, we're faced with the issues of environmental destruction and of sustainability. I have a very strong view on all of this. I want to lead a government that develops an energy policy where 60% of our power is generated from renewable sources. I want to lead a government that does pay respect to the natural world and our ecosystems and does play its part in understanding and supporting global emission agreements and doing everything we can to protect this planet on which we all live. And so you'll find a government that is serious about environmental policies and politics and serious about sustainability, because we need to leave this planet in a better state for our children and grandchildren than that in which we found it. And all of this is not romantic optimism. What it is serious about our communities and serious about how we invest in our economy. And that's where I started my short contribution here today. But it's also about what we do to convince people between now and June the 8th, how they're going to vote and what choice they're going to make. Since this campaign started, I've now done 41 events all around the country. And the numbers of people coming are enormous. And if you look around yourselves at this crowd here today, we're young, we're old, we're black, we're white, we're women, we're men, we're every part of our community. Get that message across. Communities doing things together, achieve things together. Some things you can legislate for. You can legislate to improve health, you can legislate to improve education, you can spend money to improve housing. You can invest to improve our economy and get better rights at work. You can do many of those things. What we can also do is understand the crises people go through. I'm very proud of the section of our manifesto on mental health, and of Brian who spoke this morning, in Bradford at our launch about his own problems and his own life and what he was trying to do about it and what he was trying to do to help others. Just as much as those people that are living difficult lives with mental health, waiting months to get support, they need help, and we need a mental health service that works for them. We also need to recognise that those that rely on pensions in older age need the security of the triple lock. We will guarantee the triple lock for all pensioners. It seems something the Conservatives are having difficulty doing. And we also recognise the way in which the WASPy women have been so changed by this government and will indeed deliver for them. Because I am determined that at the end of the period of a Labour government, this will be a society not riven by injustice, inequality, unnecessary poverty and underachievement of so many of our people, but will instead be stronger communities, stronger public services, a more efficient economy that works for all, with a real living wage for all of £10 an hour. None of this will be achieved if you're not registered to vote and don't vote. None of this will be achieved if we don't ensure that we gain constituencies we don't hold at the moment. This place is historic beyond belief in political terms. The political battles for the Calm Valley go back 100 years and more. I've read much of the history of it, but I haven't got time to give you all of that now. But in the steps of those that went before, to gain a victory for justice, for social justice, for decent housing, decent health, and a decent caring society, I invite you all to get behind Thelma, work with her, knock on those doors, get those leaflets delivered, so that on June the 9th we will know the good news that this area once again returns to the Labour fold, and you have a Labour MP to represent you, a Labour MP to deliver those things that we are determined to do in this election. Our manifesto, which I'd hoped to hold up for you, but one hasn't managed to make it from the bus to my hands, but Thelma now has one, which I will hold up. You hold me now. Thank you very much, but don't take it away.
Seamless.
There you are. For the many, not the few. That's our slogan, that's our watchword, that's our message, that's our inspiration. Go for it! Thank you very much!
Just basically over there so we can...
Choose the back of the bus.
Yeah, just head back.
I'll get out of it. It's going to be better than you say. You did really well there, Thelma. Yeah, that was brilliant. About the mic, though, no, but I think you got it across. Yeah. Just watch these mics. Yeah, I will do. I'm going to go that way. Sorry. Don't lose him in that crowd.
Sorry, mate. Come through.
Put it in the window.
Will I be in your way?
Yeah. They're not going to... Are you going to go up on them?
Well,
no.
that's the point.
Yeah. Nailed.
But I won't want, I'd rather not be in your way. I want you to film it. Yeah, I want you to get...
Depends where he is, Well, maybe it's just at the beginning. I don't think they do it during the speech. If not, it's just going to go.
It lowers, instantly lowers.
Sideswipe.
All down. They'll be like,
Like the Pine of the Red Sea. In front of you, as I'm going.
Do you know those big... You know those big...
Trying to do everything in one way rather than using your hands. And with that, maybe they got tea. They're just pouring milk on those teaching their arse.
If you're on the crossroads, looking up towards Woodford, turn left, so the shop on your right hand side, come down the road, you see a play card, and it's opposite the play card, you'll see all the cars. Are you there? I'm inside, in the back, you still get inside. There's nothing like it. You're not here yet. Alright, so I know, it's like, how amazing is that? You thought, you know what, very nice, I see where he is. Really, compared to our... Is there another one? Because I can't see that it's opposite along him. So from here, a little tiny spot. When me and Marie went down, when we did last year, we were just like, photographs and just, heads and then and then I think of the cheese and wine, what's it called?
Middle class evening.
No, what's it called? Homage. Yeah. Yeah, so it's almost just about to get like free wine taste and cheese tasting down the... It's all over. It's all over. It's down the hard so this is that's cheese and wine. It's got to get there.
told me if it is, but I assume it is. So, Jeremy, it's fantastic to see you here. Thank you so much for coming, Jeremy. I'll come back to that in a moment. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm just... Okay, so maybe I'm a bit out of practice with this stuff, though that's fine. So, yeah, Jeremy and I were just talking about Latin America, actually. I've just been to Southampton in the last 24 hours, of all places, with special permission from Jeremy. My wife's from Honduras, and her brother works on cruise ships. So he happened to be in Southampton Port today. So we went down last night and to stay over, and then we've been seeing him this morning. So I had to cut my visit slightly short because I had one or two other pressing engagements up here in Pudsey, but it was great to see my Latin American friends, and I know Jeremy and I have a shared interest in Latin America, so that was really, really good. So meanwhile, while I've been dashing up the motorway from Southampton, Jeremy has been doing something slightly more pressing. He's been launching our fantastic Manifesto. So, absolutely. And I have to say that after 20 years of active involvement in this party, this is a manifesto that is absolutely these things that I have been arguing for years within the party. These are exactly the policies that we need to be going with. We'll come back some other time to nuclear disarmament. Jeremy and I will try and persuade the party again on that one, but on the other points, the party is absolutely united behind this programme. Certainly from speaking to people here in Pudsey, our policies are really gaining traction, and it's fantastic to have a set of policies which are absolutely all about making a genuine, real difference to the lives of people, not just here in Pudsey, but up and down this country. And it's fantastic that Jeremy has led that process in this party, and that we are back with genuine socialist policies that will make a real substantial difference in the country. So, Jeremy, absolutely brilliant. So, thank you very much for that as Principal, Jeremy. Just in terms of some of the specifics of that, obviously the first overwhelming issue affecting us is the economic crisis, and we've got policies that are going to deal with that, sort out the problems of infrastructure in this country, and really get our economy working again. And the whole issue about the deficit will sort itself out once our economy is properly working again. So that's absolutely vital, and John McDonnell has done a brilliant job on that stuff. So we congratulate everybody for that. Secondly, on the disaffection of young people, I think I've talked to various groups of you about this over the past few weeks and days in Pudsey. People who feel cut off from the political process, people who think that politics doesn't make a difference for them. We know that politics does make a genuine, real difference. And one example of that is our policy for rental arrangements for young people. So we know that when I was 20 years ago, when I was about 25 or so, it was very straightforward, even to buy. Jeremy was a similar age to me, by the way. It was easy to buying a house was fairly straightforward, even on a relatively low wage. And even in those 20 years, Jeremy, the world has gone backwards. And now my daughter, who's 21, she can't even conceive of the idea of renting at the moment. That's how bad things are. And it's fantastic that we've got really solid, decent policies about proper rental housing for our young people. And I look forward to the Labour Party implementing those policies. And that's exactly the sort of thing we need to be doing. So thank you again, Jeremy, for that one. That's absolutely brilliant. And finally, just to mention another specific one about rebuilding our public services. I've been having some interesting debates about education here in Pudsey constituency with my Tory opponent. He and I have a slight difference of opinion about the subject, but anyway, I was at one of our high schools the other day where they were having nearly a 10% loss of budget over a 4-year period from 2015 to 2019. And his best response was to say, well, maybe in 2019 it won't be quite as bad as we're saying it's going to be. So clearly the Tories have no policies in that, and that's one of the issues that we will be addressing with our new policies on school funding. So that's brilliant. And secondly, of course, on the National Health Service, our party's greatest achievement. So proud of that achievement. We are the party of the National Health Service. It's fantastic that the National Health Service is centre stage in our policies, in our consciousness and in our publicity. It's absolutely fantastic, and I really appreciate the fact that we put so much emphasis on that. Mental health is obviously vitally important, and it's brilliant that we're giving that its due attention, so thank you for stressing that, Jeremy. That is really good. And of course, adult social care. Adult social care is a thing that comes up on the doorstep all the time, along with all the other issues I've already mentioned, but adult social care comes up as an issue all the time on the doorstep, and it's brilliant that we're going to be bringing in decent policies to actually sort out once and for all properly with the National Care Service. So that's fantastic. So that's just some of the policies that we've launched, some of the policies that people have been talking to me about, all across this constituency. We've got quite a varied constituency here with lots of different bits of it, from basically inner city bits to sort of posh rural bits and bits in between. So it's a bit of a microcosm of Britain. But what we've also got here is a very, very strong local Pudsey constituency Labour Party. And I've had fantastic support from everybody here with my campaign, and we're bringing all the party together. And it's with real pride that I stand as candidate here for the Labour Party, and it's obviously the honour of my life, and I'm absolutely delighted to be doing that. I'm also proud to be representing the wider Labour movement. I'm standing as a Cooperative Party candidate as well, and I'm very proud to have the support of the Cooperative Party. I know building more cooperatives is part of our policy. I'd like to see lots more cooperatives. So my family are fifth-generation cooperators. And long may the cooperative movement thrive and flourish. So that's another brilliant aspect of our policies. So more widely, I'm delighted to represent the whole Labour movement in this election. I do think that public opinion is changing. We live in radical times at the moment with lots and lots of massive shifts in the public opinion. And all sorts of things can happen, and expect the unexpected. So we will see what happens over the next few weeks, Jeremy. I'm entirely confident that we will get a good result in this election, both here in Pudsey and across the country. And thank you very much for coming today, Jeremy. Thank you.
Ian, thank you very much for what you've just said and your commitment to this constituency. And can I present you duly signed, autographed copy of For the Many, Not the Few. Ian. Signed. You read it now. When I finish my talk, I'll question you on it. We'll do a comprehension test, all right? No, you won't. Thanks very much. And I really appreciate what you said at the end about the co-op and the co-op as being part of our Labour movement. I can remember my mum's co-op number. Oh, God, okay. Any great-grandmothers' co-op numbers known here? Great-great-grandmothers? Anything else? Come on, yes. Can I say thanks for being here this afternoon, and thank you for inviting me along. This is, I think, the 41st or 42nd election event I've done since this campaign began, and it's all over the country we're doing it. And it's like having two campaigns, actually. You read the national papers, and you read the cynicism with which many people judge elections and judge how policies are put forward and developed. And then you do something different. You go out and talk to people. You go out to our party events, and you see in our crowds a microcosm of our society. And you see in our crowds a sense of hope, a sense of optimism, and a sense of determination that we can do things differently in this country. And we now have until June the 8th to get that message across. And so the first thing is to make sure everybody's registered to vote. In the last election, of those under 25 voted who were eligible to, and there were possibly as many as 2 million not registered to vote. We've mounted a huge voter registration campaign, and lots of other people in completely independent organisations have been doing the same, and it's had a very big effect. More than 1 million people registered in the first couple of weeks since the election was called. There are still people out there who are going to rue the day they weren't able to vote on June the 8th because they didn't register by May the 22nd. So every door you knock on, everybody you meet, everybody you talk to at any time, just ask them the question, are you registered to vote? If you're not, help them do it. It takes less time than it does to boil a kettle and make a cup of tea. I think 2 minutes to get a vote is something worthwhile. After all, how did our democracy happen? How did it come about in our society? Was it not people all over this country, in the East End of London, in Yorkshire, in Lancashire, in Scotland, who laid down their lives that we might be able to vote to live in a democratic society? And so it's always worth remembering where our history comes from, and I'm sure you're going to do that, and your campaign you're going to mount in support of Ian, because we need Ian to be elected in order to get that majority in Parliament, in order, hold it up please, thank you very much, yes, very good, in order to put what's in this manifesto into practice. There are lots of details in the manifesto of things we're going to do, and I'll mention those in a moment. But I just say, for openers, every single one of the spending pledges in it, and there are spending pledges in it, is absolutely, clearly funded and costed and will be paid for. Because we are determined not to increase taxation on low or middle income earners. 95% of the population will not pay any more in income tax, VAT or national insurance, but instead will get the benefits of the areas that we want to invest in for the future. Those with the broadest shoulders, those big corporations and those that seem to prefer to place their money in the Cayman Islands and the British Virgin Islands and a number of other places will be politely asked instead to help invest in our public services for our future, for all of us. And talking of politeness, if the Prime Minister is able to watch this and she's got time, I'd be very happy to have a polite conversation with her about these matters. Fundamentally, an election is about the future for all of us. And in modern Britain, we have gross inequality. We have grotesque levels of inequality. Is it morally right that we walk past people who are sleeping on the streets? Is it morally right that people should lead a life begging around a railway station hoping they can get enough money to go into a night shelter? All of them have stories, all of them have lives, all of them have problems. And yet they can get nowhere to live and they end up dying on the streets or leading short lives because of the problems that they face. Surely in the 5th richest country in the world we can do a bit better than that. Surely we can. And is it right that last year 1 million points of access were made to food banks within our society? That even nurses working in our NHS are getting vouchers to use a food bank? I absolutely support and applaud and admire those people that help and work in food banks. Like all of you, we donate to food banks all the time because it's a simple human instinct. You want to help other people. But can it be really justifiable in a modern society that we have a combination of homelessness, hunger, poverty and food banks, while at the same time this government is planning to give away £60 billion in tax relief to big business and the very wealthiest over the next 5 years? That is the difference between us and a Tory government in Britain. We will not do that. And so it is about the justice that we want for the people of this country. And as Ian was pointing out, it's also our approach to the rest of the world. I'm determined to lead a government that will play its part in supporting those that are combating climate change, that are signing up to all the necessary international agreements, and develop trade and international relations policies that are about respect for human rights and democracy, and using whatever influence we have anywhere in the world to spread human rights and democracy rather than just passing by on the other side. And I want to live in a world, of peace. I want to live in a world where we support each other and don't just ignore the grotesque problems that exist around the world with so many hundreds of millions of displaced people. We have to do everything we can. A far-sighted international policy deals with the humanitarian instinct that is there in all of us. And I want to lead a government that will have that as its guiding principle. And that I'm determined to do. And it's about our education, it's about our health, it's about our housing, it's about our economy. On education, we want to increase the opportunities for preschool children to be able to enjoy socialisation, enjoy good quality preschool places, not necessarily for preschool education, but that very important social contact and social interaction, which Sure Start centres were set up to bring about. And it's this Tory government that's closing and destroying so many of our Sure Start centres. We want to develop that. And for children in primary school, I simply say this: if you come to school hungry and you haven't had a decent breakfast, or indeed any breakfast at all, you go through the school day and then you go home in the evening and you don't have much to eat, you're not going to concentrate properly, you're not going to learn very much, you're not going to do very well. And so I am absolutely determined we will make sure that every child in every primary school in England gets a free lunch every single day. Now, people say, well, children whose parents can afford it will also get the lunch. Yeah, they will. But they will also, as they do, be paying taxation to help do it. But the principle of those children settling down for lunch together every day is a message they will remember for the rest of their lives, rather than, sorry, you're entitled to free lunches, you go over here, you're having sandwiches, you go here. Hang on. It's bringing children together that is most important. And if you produced a map of Britain of the areas of biggest cuts in council expenditure, and you could say colour that red, and you just randomly, and it's just a choice, random colour, and you then produced a map of the greatest poverty in this country, and you say colour that blue, just randomly, one would overlay the other. We have a government that is systematically cutting money from the neediest, poorest areas of the country and calling it progress. They have a funding formula for our schools which reduces the amount of money spent per child in all the neediest areas of the country, and so that class sizes are rising when they should be falling, teachers are coping, in some cases with supersized classes, and under enormous stress, teaching assistants losing their jobs, and many teachers leaving the profession because they cannot cope with the pressures and stress that are put upon them. And then the schools quite reasonably complain about this and are told, well, raise some money from the parents. Well, I'm sorry, I want an education system that is properly, publicly funded for all, so that all children, whatever the postcode where they're born or live, get the same chances in school and in life. Because underachievement is a terrible thing. It can't be right that in a modern society, a child growing up in postcode A, living relatively poor life, underfunded school, less likely to achieve, less likely to do well in secondary school, less likely to get A-levels, less likely to get a BTEC or anything else, less likely to become the doctor, the engineer, the lawyer, or whatever they want to be in the future. Two people lose as a result of that. One, obviously, that young person who hasn't been given the chances they should have been in life. And the second people who lose, every single one of us, because we've lost the ability of the talents of that person to contribute to our society and our community. I am determined we will fairly and properly fund all of our children in all of our schools, wherever they are in this country. And then you move on to the question of higher education and of further education. We held a fascinating morning at in Leeds City College last week. Angela Rayner, Becky Long-Bailey and myself in discussion with students for a very long time, and very good questions they raised as well about the stresses, strains they were under and everything they were trying to do, but utterly determined to get on in life. And then the question comes up in discussion, would you like to go to university? They all said, yeah. And then they said they were put off by the fees, they were put off by the debt they were going to get into, and they were sort of thinking twice or three times about that. And last year, for the first time for many years, the number of working class students applying to go to university fell and continues to fall. That's why, after a lot of thought and a lot of calculations, we've decided to include in the manifesto ending student fees at universities. And somebody at lunchtime told me this was all very dangerously left-wing stuff. Well, I tell you this, you look around the world at the countries with the greatest levels of equality, with the best standards in education, with the best achievements in education. All of them fund their students through university because they realise we all benefit from an educated population. Isn't that what it's about? So I am very determined to achieve that, and I'm really proud of the work that Angela Rayner has done as our Shadow Secretary of State for Education, because she brings with it a determination brought from her own experience. She didn't do terribly well at school, she had all kinds of problems, she had a very difficult life, but she said what saved her was Sure Start, what saved her was the support she was given after leaving school through Sure Start, and there she is now, absolutely brilliant, MP, Shadow Secretary of State. I want her to be the Secretary of State for Education. And in this region, just like every other, there are huge strains and stresses around the National Health Service. There is a problem over the sustainability and transformation plans, which seem to have set up in every part of the country the most ludicrous competitions between cities and towns about who is going to not lose their A&E department. So this election was only announced a very short time ago, and I was discussing this with John Ashworth. And so what we've decided to do is, as soon as he takes office, immediately suspend all of the sustainability and transformation plans, look at the whole thing again to make sure there are accident and emergency departments within reach of everybody and an ambulance service that can cope with the needs of everybody, rather than whole areas of the country being left without them. And John will do that. And the way in which this government has underfunded our National Health Service is absolutely chronic. I, like Ian, am very, very, very proud of the principle of the National Health Service. A health service free at the point of use for everybody. A human right. It was our greatest achievement as a Labour Party. It's the most civilised thing about this country, and I'm very proud of it. Yeah. And when Nye Bevan said it will last as long as there are folk around to defend it, well, we are folk and we will defend it, okay? But the pressures on accident and emergency departments come further down the line, actually. They come from overcrowded GPs. They come from the pressure on them. They come from inadequate social care. They come from an awful lot of other things in society. And so we look at health in this way. We want to properly fund our hospitals, of course. We want to better treat our GPs, of course. But we also want to look at the issue of social care. There are 1.2 million people not getting access to social care. And that means they either, if they're in a very difficult situation, remain in hospital when they should have been sent home or sent to a place of support, or they are cared for by relatives who have to give up work to look after them, usually women who give up their jobs and careers in order to care for elderly and needy relatives. It's not they don't love them, it's not that they don't want to support them. We all love our relatives and want to support them, but I think we need a system that supports them rather than throwing the whole thing back into the lottery of family life if somebody is around to care for them. And so I'm determined to achieve a social care system that works for the whole country. And when we launched our manifesto today, Brian spoke. He was a gentleman who runs a business of his own. At one level, he's doing very well, and he is very good at what he does, and a very nice and very able guy. But he very bravely stood up in front of thousands of people and millions watching on television and described how his life had changed and how he had become deeply stressed and mentally ill. He didn't realize it, but he then began to notice things about his behavior and his life and the stresses that he was under. And he used the opportunity to thank us for including in our manifesto an absolutely clear commitment that when we won against the Tories in 2012 in Parliament the concept of parity of esteem between physical and mental health, we mean it, and we will fund mental health properly, and I will be appointing a Minister for Mental Health and Social Care. Because we've got to reach out. A quarter of us are going to suffer from a crisis of some sort in our lives, and you shouldn't have to wait 6 months to get any therapy. And we have to... 18 months, my goodness, that's the worst I've heard, actually. But, yeah, thank you for that. And we have to deal with this issue, and I'm very determined to do so, because the stress you and others must go through with that very long wait to get here. Okay, well done. Well done, you, for doing the best for your son. Thank you. And so I'm very, very, very committed on the issue of mental health. But also, can we all be committed? Not to make jokes about it, not to encourage and increase the stigma attached to it, but also reach out particularly to young people who often feel very isolated and very alone and in a very difficult place on that. We're a very big organisation, we're a very big party, we're a very big part of the community. We can all play a role in this and be strong enough to care for others. That is real strength, when you care for others. But ill health in our society comes from many things, and there is a housing crisis in Britain at the present time. I mentioned homelessness at the beginning. That's the symptom of it. The cause is actually a strategy which isn't building enough council housing, a strategy which is placing starter homes totally out of the reach of people who want to buy anywhere because they can't get access to a mortgage, can't raise a deposit, and it means that many adult children are never able to leave the family home. And much as we all love our adult children, and we all do absolutely love our adult children, sometimes we think they'd be better located elsewhere and come and visit at weekends. You know how it goes. And also for them, it's a question of self-respect and wanting to move on in life. And so it does mean we've got to have a serious approach to housing. And so what we've said in the manifesto is that we want to build 1 million new homes over 5 years, half of which will be for guaranteed social rent with lifetime tenancies, council housing. Now, again, I was told this was a dangerously left-wing, really extreme thing. I mean, goodness, it's come to something when the mainstream media say building housing is a dangerous left-wing extreme thing to do. It shows just how far language has been abused in our society. Just think it through for a minute. If somebody is living in a private rented flat, and in some parts of the country paying a very high rent, in every part of the country being insecure, probably paying more on energy costs than anybody else, and many other things, and possibly having trouble getting the repairs done, and maybe their children are very insecure in school because they're moving every few months, every 6 months or a year, and so it goes on. We all lose, that all costs money. If you invest in building good quality council housing, you've got jobs for building workers, you've got jobs in a supply chain, you've got people living in secure housing, you've got children doing better in school and spending less on housing because they're not paying a private landlord, and as a country we're not spending £9 billion a year in benefits which are paid into the private rented sector. It seems to me it's an eminently sensible economic, social and humanitarian argument that I'm putting forward, and I invite our friends in the media to understand that.
But it's also, this election is also about the economic opportunities we want for people in the future. We have at the moment a very unbalanced economy in Britain. We have far too much of government-sponsored capital investment going to London and the South East. I say that as somebody who represents a London constituency and fully understands that. It's not right that barely a tenth of that spending there goes to the North East, goes to Yorkshire, goes to the North West and other parts of the country. And so there has to be two things: a national investment bank, which we will establish, which will fund major infrastructure works, and, crucially, it will be regionally based so that there is an access to capital funds in each region of England for road, rail, broadband investment, so that we can actually improve the infrastructure. There are too many places all across Britain that have seen precious little investment since the end of the coal industry, or in some places where the steel industry or other heavy industry was destroyed. We need to reverse that and invest in all those communities. And we need a government that's prepared to invest in sustainable, high-tech green industries and energy industries for the future. And that means a national investment bank that's prepared to do it. Again, all this dangerous extreme left-wing stuff, they do it in Denmark, they do it in Sweden, they do it in Norway, they do it in Germany, they do it in Italy. You could list a lot of places where they do it. What we're putting forward is something that will improve the economy of this country, that will mean young people can get good jobs on good conditions, and will mean that the innovative abilities that are there in our universities and so many other places will be harnessed and used for the good of all of us. But it also means rights at work. We have some of the least good working conditions across Europe, so we want to give full rights at work from day one. And when the Prime Minister says she's the party of the workers, what kind of party of the workers would allow 6 million people to be paid less than the living wage? What kind of party of the workers would allow 1 million people to work on 0 hours contracts, not knowing what they're going to earn from one week to the other? What party of the workers would charge you for going to a tribunal in order to seek justice for an injustice that's been done to you at work, and threaten you with the costs if you lose the case, thus denying a worker access to justice because they can't afford it? I tell you this, we will do things very differently. £10 an hour, living wage for everybody. An end to 0 hours contracts, and an end to tribunal fees. And a legal aid system worthy of the name, so that people can all get access to justice. So this election is about the issues I've mentioned. It is about how we approach life in the future. So we negotiate with the European Union for tariff-free access to European markets. We protect all the conditions that we've achieved through European Union membership. We guarantee the rights of EU nationals to remain here. And we approach those negotiations not by threats of setting up a tax haven on the shores of Europe, but by developing our economy so that we can develop and trade with others, and that we can bring about rights and justice for everybody within our society. And so, our election on June the 8th is our chance. It's our opportunity. We've developed this manifesto from the policies that have come from members of the Labour Party and from trade unions. We've had hundreds of submissions from different environmental organisations, from humanitarian groups, from housing campaigns, from small businesses, from industries, and from trade unions, and loads of people have sent in a lot of stuff. And we've got a team working in our office who've worked incredibly hard over 2 weeks to distill all that down and produce this as a comprehensive policy document that can take us forward to the future. And I thank all of them for the work that they did. But now it's down to us. It's down to us to go out there with confidence, to go out there with enthusiasm, to go out there and realise if we can win this election on June the 8th, and I believe we can and will, then who are we doing it for? We're doing it for those that are suffering. We're doing it to end the isolation of those older people who feel very isolated from society, and we're doing it for a younger generation that they might be able to have a better future for all of us. The alternative is what? 5 years more of a Tory government, cutting services, not caring about all of our children, not caring about the damage they do to our National Health Service, and going on and on, giving out tax relief to those who do not need it. I think we've had quite enough welfare for the wealthy. I think it's time for something different. I've got some absolutely wonderful, brilliant and lovely people in our campaign team, and I love them all dearly. But I hate them when they give me a signal saying it's time to stop, because you've got to go somewhere else. And I'll tell you this, I'm going around the whole country, and the enthusiasm is fantastic. So can I ask all of you to put all your efforts into making sure that Pudsey becomes a Labour gain on June the 8th. Put your efforts into getting Ian elected. Put your efforts into getting a Labour government. Put your efforts into winning for the future. Put your efforts into fairness and justice in our society. Thank you very much indeed. I've got to thank them for holding banners up the whole time.